Not your average nigga, I'm a god out the hood. They can't downplay me. I came up, I'm elevated. I ain't gotta say too much for them to know I'm coming for what's mine. You know they see me in my presence, say they see how I'm coming. Young, but you not just gonna finesse me like you did my people slim back when you said they was emancipated. This ain't that. Your head too big. You feeling yourself. The game wasn't fair. You had the advantage. We wasn't feeling yourself. I don't look at you people the same. The worst nightmare, my skin tone about people the same. Worship is like my skin tone about people the same. Worship is like. You gon' have to kill me, pussy, so we ain't my name. Y'all still wanna think our history started when we were slaves? Come on now, talk about them pyramids we made. You got chosen by that man, you know y'all just been running game. The nerve of you acting like I ain't teach you how to play. Hold up. You fool me time and time again. The tables turn now, I know I'm about to win. I'm good. I'm back now. Oh, you know this time has come. Yes, you did. You know it. Oh, nobody ever gets you. This ain't back in the day, like you know. Granny used to see you act like she done seen the ghost. No, we not buddies, it's just business. I just need a quote. They can't run the game and call the shots when we the ghost. I know killers and drug dealers, they all with us. Hit me up like, look, I ain't perfect. I just run walk with your spray. First to rip down the toilet after we talk with them. Then nobody want them. We took them because we saw God in them. I know you prayed for me. Day and night. From the tree. Yeah. And you cried. Wasn't for nothing. Through the day, through the night. Make the money, put the money back in my economy. My brother, he don't talk a lot, he busy buying property. Hell yeah, it's personal, but that's the way it's gotta be. I got plenty critics, but I'm focused, they don't bother me. Back down, ain't no back down. Y'all take one, we take 10, man, y'all know how we come. It ain't no hoe in us, no, we ain't running. The depth on my square is the depth that I want. Yeah. I'm talking subliminal. Compared to what we about to do, what we did was minimal. The more we work, the more our competition look invisible. Money good, mama, they wanna make me a criminal, yeah. Keep on asking them like what I need permission for. They cut me out, I need that, I'm kicking down the door. I'm plugged wherever I got blood ties around the globe. They wanna see me on my knees, but I can't never go. You fool me time and time again. I was temporary. Yeah. The tables turn now. I know I'm by the way. It's our time for real. You know it, you know it. Oh, you know this time has come. Oh, yes, you did. You know. Oh, nobody ever gets away. Now, if you are not prepared to do it, then you will die. So we see in our kingdom every day. So pray, work to be steadfast until not dismayed.
Peace. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. We got a special guest in the building with us. In the building, better known as Afrisynergy, and I'm gonna let him introduce himself.
Hello there, my dear brother. Thank you for the invite. I'm sorry that I didn't weren't able to get with you yesterday, but anyway, I'm here now. My name is T. West, and I am the founder of Afrisynergy News, where we deal with geopolitics. We deal with domestic matters as it pertains mainly and primarily to African Americans right here in this country. But as I said, we also deal with geopolitics as well. So when you talk about Africa, you talk about the African Union, and you talk about the formation and the creation of what will become known as the United States of Africa, the 5 regions on the continent of Africa, and the 6th region, which is outside of Africa. That is those Blacks and African immigrants who live outside of the African continent. That is what I'm all about. That's what I cover. I cover lots of that. When you talk about reparations, I am totally for it. I have always been for it for many years. And I deal with a lot of domestic matters right here in the United States. But first and foremost, as it pertains to African Americans, if you want to talk about biological warfare, I deal with those topics as well. Now you hear in the news today, you have coronavirus, a SARS virus that's spreading. Okay, all of that, retroviruses, how all of that, most of that, all of it actually came to be. So all those topics are a very wide range of topics we could discuss and bring up here on the Afrisynergy News Channel. So thank you once again, my dear brother, for the invite to your program.
Absolutely, more than welcome, brother. You, like I said, you do a good job when it comes to the political aspects and touches on a variety of aspects. Uh, in particular with this bill today, I heard you have a discourse with the brother Alquan about certain in particulars in America not being Indian nor Aboriginal descent, but instead that they're descendants of Africans that made their way over here.
Okay, yeah, you had before Columbus, Christopher Columbus, even arrived here in this hemisphere, which is now known as America, the Americas. Before he even arrived over here on the islands and all, Hispaniola and other islands, Africans had long sailed by ship to the Americas. Now, they did not come in great numbers, but they had sailed here by ship. They had a knowledge of shipbuilding and also sailing and following the natural currents on the Atlantic Ocean for arriving here in what is now the Americas. So long before that. Now, you also had other people who came in from thousands of years ago, many thousands of years ago. They were coming in from the north. You still have people up in Alaska, the Alaska area, in the North Pole area, the Inuits, people who most used to call Eskimos, but that's not the acceptable term. It's Inuits. You have people who are still up there, and they are people who were among the people who migrated over via the land area thousands and thousands of years ago. But at the same time, you also had Africans who were coming here by ship into some parts of Central America, South America, and into the islands. You have black people. Now, when I say black people, of course, you have different phenotypes of blacks, hair texture, body types, eye color. You have all of that. I mean, it's black people, even African people, are very diverse in their genotypes on the continent, as well as in Australia and other areas in the islands, various islands, Solomon Islands, various islands. You have a great mix of black people of various I say ethnic groups. Okay, so you had, as I say again, you had blacks who also came here by ship. They did not come in great numbers, but they came here by ship and a long thousands of years ago, and they did build here thousands of years ago, long thousands of years before the Europeans came. Okay, so that's my position on that. And as I said, with emphasis on you have Native Americans here, various tribes here who speak many different languages. Some of them still speak their native languages here in the United States. And you also had great declines in populations. You had people who would die out for various reasons. And we can talk about that more as we go into your program of why people were dying out. And then you also, at a certain point in time, you also had miscegenation, that is the mixing of the people, mixing through marriage and all, and producing people of even different phenotypes. So anyway, but there it is, in a little bit in a nutshell.
Right, right. And powerful information. Now, my particular chat knows my premise of where I'm coming from. And we deal with a lot of sources. We even got a theme over here where it's source up or shut up. That's no offense to nobody. We don't mean it in no disrespectful way. It's just a slogan that we use. But when we come in with the information, we would like to know references and the sources. So you made a couple claims of Africans coming over here through via boat, even other ethnicities making their way over here through the land bridges thousands of years ago is what I'm assuming that you were talking about through the Bering Strait. And I would like to say, where did you get your information from, and what sources and references could our viewers go check this information out at?
Well, it's been a very, very long time. I mean, look, I knew this information over 30, 40 years ago. There were books that I've read over 30, 40 years ago that I don't even remember the name of some of the books, but there are a number of books out there that people have at their disposal to read that they can, even on the internet, you can find a lot of information out here on the internet. So,
Absolutely.
Sources and all, there are many, many sources. There are sources that have been written even by black men, black women, many, many sources, stolen legacy, many sources. And most of the viewers and listeners, I'm sure most of them, they know what some of those sources are. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into sources and all.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I will deal with critical questions, because some people ask such questions, logical questions. Okay, such as where did the ships where did the ships come from? What happened to the ships? Things like that. Questions like that, and then so I will entertain all of those sorts of questions right there, logical questions and everything. For example, African Americans in this country, I always ask the question: how many of you do you know any one person who speak a native language of any of the tribes here who were here before Europeans arrived here? Do you know any blacks? I personally, I know some people, some Native American people, different tribes. You can talk Navajo, Apache, Iroquois, Pequot, various tribes. Some of these people still speak their native tongues, and none of them are black. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool, but we got to be familiar with the indigenous languages here in America. And you made a critical comment of some of your information that it's been over 30 years that you looked at this particular topic of conversation. Well, within the last 30 years or so, there's been a dramatic change in the storyline. There's been overwhelming, shocking, rewriting history information dealing with anthropology, dealing with archaeology, and dealing with soil archaeology. Okay, and when we get to particular conversations of Africans coming over here, uh, there's no record with data that supports Africans coming over here prior to the transatlantic slave trade. So what I'm proposing to you is that the indigenous people here, right? And you can go with the structures that was built, you can go with culture, you can go with customs, but the anthropology says it all.
Yeah,
We know
anthropology. Yeah, anthropology does say some of it, but yes, go ahead.
right. Yeah, anthropology doesn't say it all, but it says a lot. It proves who the people were, right? It'll give you a distinguishing characteristics of what these particular people look like. Okay. Uh, One of them is the particular source that you can get from Smithsonian's, and it talks about how the first Americans or the indigenous inhabitants or the aboriginal inhabitants of America resembled Northwest Pacific Islanders, Australian, and modern African, modern sub-Saharan African.
Yeah, yes, yes. You do have some anthropological indicators of some of that. You do. You also have anthropological indicators that you also had what some people refer to as mongoloids. In other words, people who had mixed. And as often is the case, when people come into an area, eventually some of them will mix. They will mix. And you had a mix of African people. Now, the reason why I say some African people had arrived here is because down in Peru and down in certain areas of South America, you actually see signs of that. You see some inscriptions also that denote, like for example, Canaanite or Phoenician language. Okay, you see that down there in certain areas. That's carved in stones, and it's been there for thousands of years. But the people who wrote that, those people are no longer there. Okay, so
Yes,
just
they
like
are.
yeah, why are they not there? Well, you can only speculate. Sometimes people die off because if you don't have
That's
people,
that's I don't mean to cut you off, brother. I apologize. But those people are still there. And you asked another question, and that's why I want to kind of work you into the situation without jumping from. I just want to lead you up to certain things that's taking place in America in contrast to what's going on in the continent of Africa. As a matter of fact, the people of the land is still here. The
some of
majority of the Go ahead, my
some
bad.
of
I
them,
apologize.
yeah. As I indicated, some of them are, not all of them. All of them are not here. Some people virtually in tribes, they do virtually extinct, and for different reasons that happen. And that's what I was about to say is that sometimes, let's say that what you had some Africans who would sail here by ship, and that you could follow. There was what was his name? Theodore. I think his last name starts with an H. It's been a long time. He actually tested the theory of sailing in a ship with a boat and following the natural currents of the Atlantic. And the natural currents at a certain time of the year brought him all the way into the South American region. Okay. So ancient Africans, they had a knowledge of that. They had done that. They had done that by ship long ago. But when they come, sometimes if you don't have a supply or people constantly coming and going, sometimes if the ships don't come, they stop coming for whatever reason. Maybe an empire back in Africa was overthrown, or something. Then sometimes you have civilizations that die out, either through sometimes through disease, sometimes through warfare, but they die out. Now, so you have definitely you have some of the people who were originally there. They're still there, but you also have the mixing of the groups. So to determine how much level or what level of mixture was there, then you have to start looking at anthropological things. You have to start looking at also DNA things. You have to start looking at and studying those things. But go ahead, continue on.
Hey, peace, peace. Can I? Hey,
Uh,
peace. How you doing, brother T? Well, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Hey, peace. Sorry, I just want to say something before I go on the store.
Go ahead, brother. Hey, when I let you
Is it okay?
insert with the brother.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How you doing, brother T West? You know, so I've been
Hey,
following your videos since you did the what's the name, the Michael Brown, since you did the breakdown of Michael Brown. I've been watching that, and honestly, you did a video about 2 weeks ago about two brothers that was locked up for 8 years that owned land in South Carolina. You remember that video?
yeah.
The two brothers,
No, let me see.
the one that was locked up
North
huh?
Carolina, North
The
Carolina.
ones that had the land on the coast. They had the land on the coast. They took. They would
His
Yes,
signal went
switch.
out,
They
I
would.
believe.
yes. Go ahead.
You're okay. All right. So look, when I did their research, them brothers was Indians. I don't know. Maybe if you can get in contact with them and ask them that they're guarantee you when you ask them that they're going to tell you that they was Indians. What
Yeah.
this brother is trying to tell you is this, right? Listen, what this brother is trying to tell you is this, bro. When these people came here, they classified the Indians as colored. We went from colored to black to African American. They said, and then you can look up, when you look up the 1860 census, it tells you all Indians that renounce their tribal rule are to be classified as colored. So who was the colored people? You'd have been classified as colored. So it wouldn't just been no people who have been classified as colored. What we're trying to tell you is it's been black people here for hundreds of thousands of years that never came from Africa. Even in Brazil, most people say Brazil got the largest population of Africa. You found 81 skulls which scientists said that they was Negroes. So it's highly unlikely for me to believe that if it was Negroes there 12,000 years ago, that the Negroes that's there now are not related to them. See, they created this elaborate African scheme. And I don't know, me and his brother right here, bro, we done did massive research, brother. And it's all, listen, I know people don't want to think it's a conspiracy. I know people don't want to buy in. You want to believe we came from Africa, but the majority of Black Americans that are in America that had family that came from the South were originally here. That's how we knew how to farm. The European ain't teach us nothing. The European ain't teach grandmother how to make lemon meringue pie or make pumpkin pie or sweet potato pie. You taught them how to do that. So I just wanted to inject that, you know what I'm saying? Like when because we did the anthropology. You got a scientist by the name of James Chatter. Now he's just one of many, like the brother AP was saying from the Smithsonian Institute, and the article is who was the first American? And you get down in the portion of that conversation, he say that modern, which we recognize the word modern, he said they resemble Chinese, Japanese, and Asian people, period. He said, but the first resemble Africans, Australian, and South Pacific Islanders. Now, I think that they just throwing out all them different groups of people to really say, don't want to say that they look like African, because if tell us that they look like African, we're going to catch on to that and start saying, wait a minute. So if it was Black people here, why are you telling us that we came from Africa? You see what I'm
because
saying?
most
Even with the
I hear you.
Do you believe in story roots? Do you believe in the story roots?
Hold on. You jump from point to point.
Let him
back. Go ahead. I'm a little. You got.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that,
right.
T. West. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So now, and I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with all of what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I'm very much aware of that position. Very much so. Now, here in the United States, I'll deal with the United States because we can talk about Brazil, Central America, Mexico. We can talk about all that, but I'm going to deal with the United States. Start with the United States. Just keep it simple and basic here. Keep it simple and basic. Yeah. So what you have here in the United States. So what you have here in the United States. I don't know. I'm echoing from somebody. Okay.
AP, you gotta mute that other mic, bro.
All right. So what we have here in the United States, we had a period of time here in the United States where the population of Blacks here in the United States was about equal to, and in certain areas, larger than that of whites in certain areas of the United States, or what was the colonies here before it became the United States. It was quite larger. So there was also some mixing going on. There was mixing going on between the Native Americans. There was mixing going on between Blacks and whites, white men getting with Black women, having babies, the whole bit. And also with the native tribes also. So you had the miscegenation happening. So the two brothers who were locked up for all those years there along the coast there in the Carolinas, those two brothers, you also have to look at their lineage. You have to look at how much did miscegenation or mixing happen with their family and within their family, because you had that. It was happening. It still happens today. Now, one thing, as I said in the intro, is this. African Americans, I don't know of any African Americans in this country who can speak any of the native languages, but I do know of some native tribes. I mean, and these are dark-skinned people, some of them are dark-skinned people who can speak Navajo, who can speak the Sioux language, who can speak the Iroquois language. I do know of others in those tribes who can do that. Now,
right.
So when we say that most of us were already here and that those slave ships, if we were to say those slave ships did not exist, we did not come on those slave ships. Well, there's just a lots of historical evidence to show and prove that that in fact did in fact happen. Now there are also certain types of words in certain languages here, even in English. There are certain words that were actually derived from certain African languages that is still spoken and is still said among blacks here in the United
Can,
States of America.
can,
So you
can you
do
give
have
me
that.
can you give me an example of a word that's taken from Africa that utilized in English that we still
Yeah,
use
I'm
today?
good.
Well, there are. Well, gosh, I don't have that sitting in front of me, but you could probably Google it. The keywords would
Well,
probably be.
well,
Pardon?
this is what I'm saying. English and the Spanish language was put together by hundreds of indigenous languages. So Old English wouldn't be New English without indigenous language. Uh, the form of Spanish that's spoken today in these areas of the Americas would not be Spanish without the indigenous language. As a matter of fact, most of the words that we use in English are indigenous terms, and the meaning are indigenous terms, and they still been.
Your voice went out.
Hey, I apologize.
Hey, hey, you
There's
breaking up? You
tons of other.
breaking AP?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you breaking up. Let me. You hear me, T West? I'm sorry. I ain't trying to cut AP off, but I just want to respond to what you said. Now, listen. The Southwest. Now, we look at Native Americans from what they show you, the people that's west of the Mississippi, right? But when you study the so-called tribes in the South, right, and even amongst the tribes that you see now, you see two different groups of people. You see white people, you see mulattoes, and you see black people. You do the tribes coming from Connecticut all the way to Florida. You do not see none of these tribes are mongoloids. None of them. We done did the sleep. We done showed all the images. We done did everything. None of the tribes from Connecticut to Florida, then back to the Louisiana area, all up to Detroit and Chicago. None of these tribes were mongoloids. None of them. The Mongoloids they found in the Midwest in the 1800s. These people wasn't the original people who was here. Now, like I told you, they was already classified as color once we renounced our tribal rule. So if you got, and like I'm doing a documentary right now where I'm collecting data, where I'm just walking around just looking at random black Americans and asking these random black Americans, do you have Indian? Have you ever heard you had any Indian in your family, anything? And all of them are telling me yeah. And it ain't come from mixtures because even the people who they think are Indians in our family are Europeans that came here. You understand? So we tell you that they classified the Indians as colored, bro, as colored. You understand? You will see if they classified Mongoloids as colored, you will obviously see them somewhere living among so-called black Americans. You will see them, and obviously you would tell that they was mixed. You don't see none of that. It should be Native Americans running around here who don't know what their culture is, who obviously look like Native Americans. You do not see that. So what I'm telling you is that, look, I'm actually just leaving the gym right now. If I was home, I would show you some pictures who you thought African, but they're really Indians. Like a lot of the slave pictures that they show you, they was enslaving the tribes in the South as soon as they got there. The tribes that being enslaved was the Pequot. The Pequots were sent to Barbados. When the Pequots were sent to Barbados, and if you take a look at if you Google image of a Pequot right now, they still black Americans today. Today, some of them are mixed.
Hold on.
Maybe
Let the brother T West respond.
Some of them Some of them look like me and you, not all of them. Okay. And some of them, not all of them, were sent to the islands. Okay. Some of them, not all of them.
Can you share your screen, AP, and show him? I mean, he can share his screen and just show you. We ain't gotta even He could share your screen. You could just pull up. Pull up the Wapanaki.
I've seen it. Now I do have limited time, okay, here on the program. So I want to flow along and move along with this. But as I said, the critical part, once again, is that literally none of you speak any of the native languages of this land. None of you. All right. Now,
you know why we don't speak the native language?
Let them finish, A1. Let them finish, A1.
Okay. All right. Now, you can wipe out all of the language, but if it only was wiped out among those who are dark-skinned black folk, okay, in America, but it wasn't wiped out among all these other tribes, that right there is a critical problem with anyone's argument as to why black folk in America, none of them, other languages. Now we got approximately, we got over 40 million black people in America, and let's just say, let's say 5 million or 5 or 6 million are from the islands or from Africa, from somewhere else originally. Okay, but so let's just say 35 million. And if you cannot name notable black person who speak any of the native languages, okay, then that is a big issue. I understand what you're saying. I understand. But that language thing.
West, real quick.
But go ahead.
Let me get to respond to the language thing. Just to the language thing, okay? Remember how we always said, oh, my grandfather can't read. Oh, my grandfather, oh, he can't read and write. When he learned how to read and write, they took his language from him. Now, what we trying to tell you is this, man. We were still speaking these native languages all the way to the 1900s, man. So when you say native language, you can't find none of these people here who have any African language. Only thing we do is we cross-reference what we see in Africa with some of the stuff we see here, and we think that it came from over there. But all we're trying to tell you is, listen, if Alex Haley was sued for $650,000 for plagiarizing a fictional novel from the Africans, I can't think of his name right now, it's eluding me right now, the author of the book. So story of roots lie, okay? You had black people free time when they was telling you, oh, these people so racist. So how black people get free unless they was already here? And then another thing, what we're having a hard time with is the story itself. The story itself is a lot. And when you really get deep enough, you're going to find out that the majority of us was never no slaves. My grandfather lived in Georgia, and my grandfather owned 200 acres of land. My family picked cotton for their own family. Let me pick cotton for their own family. But if you would have seen them picking cotton, you would have said, "Oh, they working for the But no, we picked cotton and peanuts and sold it to the cotton and peanut mills. I don't know if you know about that, but what I'm trying to tell you is, even when you look in the 1800s, right? William Ellison was the largest slave owner in the damn South, and he was a black man. So how did Europeans bring black people here and then allow them to become slave owners and own all this land if the system was so racist? Because we see what they did to us in the 1900s. So if the system was always like that in the early 1900s, meaning we would have never got no ground. We would have never bought no land. And how is people buying waterfront land from Europeans? Because they always had that land. The reason them brothers could not find out, I mean, I know that their family, one of their family members sold it, but a lot of us didn't have deeds because we didn't need no damn deeds. That's the reason why a lot of people didn't have deeds. Why are you making a deed with somebody who came here and put you into their jurisdiction? Why would you go to the European and write up a letter and, oh, well, no, they don't have no jurisdiction over you. That's their whole plan, was to make us part ourselves to what they were doing. That's the reason why them brothers did not have the land deed, because we didn't need to keep no land deed.
And,
You
and
only
let
need to
me
keep
let me
learning what people
insert
start.
before the brother T West rebuttal. There is a ton of people in the Americas that are black people that will be classified as Negroes today that do speak strictly forms of their indigenous language. But what we're telling you is that we're so-called, the majority of black people are descendants of Africans alleged through indoctrination education. And
Yeah.
none of those people and none of those people speak any African language. So
Oh,
that argument is weakened because you got to look at the you got to look at Christopher Columbus and Sebastian's laws and catalogs, right? Three things: they wanted to indoctrinate the people, insert them into their culture, and I forget the other thing, right? In particular, so if a group of people is coming over here strictly to colonize and to insert these people into their culture and strip away, in order to insert somebody into their culture, you got to strip away their culture. You got to take away their folk ways and their mores, right? How all of a sudden certain groups of people is being enslaved, because you got tons of people that's being enslaved. As a matter of fact, you got more indigenous aborigines being enslaved during the last time period that Africans were so-called being enslaved. Okay, and this is
oh,
documented.
all right. I still haven't gotten an answer to. No one can name one African American, one black person, one who
I
they
can give you a
claim.
name right now. W
Okay, what's the name?
W P W P Canyon, and he also is the author of the book called 103 Facts of the Black Indian of the Western Hemisphere.
Okay,
He's a black person.
Okay, WP who?
Canyon.
Okay, WP. That's P as in Paul, right?
Yep.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a note of that, because what I will do further research on him to see about his lineage, to see who he is, that whole bit and everything. Because let me see, just one second here. I'm making a note of this because I will check it out, because I have not ever heard of one black person who speaks
And
WP.
listen, you're gonna hear a lot of things that you probably never heard before. And I encourage you to take notes of every claim that we said, and we are taking notes. So when we have this next discussion, hopefully you will have sources in hand or ready to pull up. I got sources
Okay.
for anything that you want that we ever make claim for. We'll give you a source right here on the spot.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. What's
it's
his
not
name
that
again?
hard.
Yeah, I got you. WP who?
Canyon,
Hey,
Kanyon.
question
Kanyon. WP Kenya.
in the South. The people in the South. You got people in the South? Where about? Georgia, North Carolina? My people.
You gotta mute your mic,
but
A1.
you are classified as a. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. All right. So my question has always been, can African Americans name one notable? Okay, now I don't know who this is. Most people don't know who this person is, but I'll definitely do the research on WP Canyon. And but most black folk, and to date, up until now, no one has actually given me a name, and I posted this out there for years. Give me a name of a notable African American who speaks Native American language. And then I'll also say, okay, and they were born speaking that language. Now, of course, we can learn languages. We can learn the African languages. We can learn all those things. Okay, we can do that. Now, the other area also is in the area of, and I know what some people will say about this, but okay, most of the people who will say what I think someone will say here is that they've never had a DNA test done of themselves. But DNA testing has gotten more and more accurate as more and more people feed into that data bank. So when you start doing, which has become more and more popular over the last, definitely over the last 30 years, okay, just as, anthropological findings, as you indicated earlier, over the last 30 years have become more and more known as well. But DNA testing will also tell you a lot about where you came from. For example, my mother, my grandmother lived to be 105. Okay, she had 21 children.
Can I ask you one question before you go on, so make sure that we're on the same page? Is DNA associated with a landmass?
DNA is not associated with a landmass. People have to understand what. No, it is not associated with landmass. What DNA is associated with is associated with areas where you have a certain type of food, a certain type of climate, a certain type of water. All those things go into the makeup of your DNA. Okay, the type of food that you eat. Go ahead.
I understand that. So, but what I'm saying is by taking the DNA test and getting the results back, does it tie you to a particular landmass?
Does it
tie you your lineage to a particular landmass?
It ties your lineage to a particular area, and within an area you have land masses. So you have, for example, Africa, you have India. In Africa, you have, in certain areas, you have certain vegetation, certain food products, certain meat products, certain environment. All of that goes into the makeup of your DNA. And then if you've done that, if you've eaten those things, you drink those things, you've been in that environment for thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of years, there's a certain genetic characteristic that is formed and developed in you. So if you want to talk about West Africa, there are certain regional things that you eat there, yams and things like that. Yams were not known here, but yet yams became known here because many of those who were enslaved. Let me finish the point. Let me finish the point. Many of those who came over here by ship, they brought the yams with them. So there are certain food types and products that goes into, if you're doing it for thousands and thousands of years, you're eating it, you're drinking it, into the establishment of your DNA, of blood types and things like that. All of that right there with that. Go ahead.
Brother Anu.
Hey, I just want to make clear. I just want to make clear. Okay. Can y'all hear?
Okay, it's great. Now, I don't know if it's the weather. We did bad reception. Hey, look, my phone. I just want to ask T West real quick before you get out of here, before my phone cut off. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. To your question, well, I'm a nutritionist, right? And I had to take 3 biologies and 4 chemistries just for me to get that fictitious certificate, right? I mean degree, right? So, all right, let's deal with nutrition, right? So, what's different about nutrition is what makes nutrients from the soil. This soil has different minerals in it, right? So, America will have different minerals in their soil than what so-called African has. So if we ate different, that's one thing that would not test the same. But let me tell you something real quick, right? Can't you test an ape and ain't an ape 99% have genetic similarities to any human being, right? So that means that any human being on the planet, if they test you with, you will have similarities to them. Any human being. Indian, because you got all of the same organs and all of the same structures as. It's going to differentiate when it comes to whatever the DNA marker is for your eye color, for your texture, or for the color of your skin. So if you can, if you could test the ape, and the ape is 99% consistent with a human being, then that means all human beings, if you test them, that they will have all the same similarities. So for you to say that DNA, if I go and then DNA does not tell you race or ethnicity, and they tell you that the leading DNA scholars or people who study this, they will tell you that DNA is a fraud, that you can't go to no area and find nobody through no DNA. So a lot of this stuff that they're telling us is just rhetoric. We want to find out where we from so bad to where we'll take a test with West Africa and think that we came from over there. Who told us that we came from West Africa? Who the one told us that? Who told us that is the Europeans who told us that. Now, a lot of us don't want to believe that, oh, the Europeans ain't gonna lie. So why would they lie? Because it's a conspiracy, and they want your land. That's the whole thing. So they would say anything for you not to know who. I'm just telling you, brother. I'm just telling you, my man. I'm not trying to listen. I respect you, T West, man. I watch a lot of your videos, man. You know, it's just you did a video 2 years ago on the California Indians. You said that the people, it was black people in California. If it was black people in California, what makes you think it wasn't black people in the South Coast?
Oh, sure.
You made a video on it.
A1. Listen.
Yes, sir.
Listen. The difference in between what I'm saying and what you're saying is that you believe, it appears that all of you, most of you, were already here. Okay, I do not believe that. Okay, I do.
Okay.
In fact, I know that's not the case. Okay, and I said, now with California, you've had black people who were here. Yes, you have some black people who were here, but most of the people who were already here, most of them were wiped out.
How can you prove that though, T West?
Hold on. Yeah, it's proven. It's already proven. Most of the people who were already here, listen, who were already here were wiped out through diseases. Okay, now why diseases?
Of course, but that's the story they're telling you though.
Huh?
I'm just telling you because let's tell you something. The same, real quick, this is where I come my phone about that. I just want to say this point. I'm just mute my mic and you have it from here, right? Listen. In the 1500s, Montezuma was still a Negro in Mexico. So for us to believe that if Montezuma, which was the king of Mexico, the king of the Mayans, was a Negro in the 1500s, then that story you tell us about we all died is a lie. And that's the story that the white man. So the only thing they did was reclassify you. That's how we got.
I did not say. Hold on. Correction. I did not say all of you died. I said most people died.
But you can't say most because we don't have precise indication of what most. Of course, we say it was black people here. Most of us, because we want to believe the slave story.
No. We have that. Listen. We have that, okay, that most of the people here were killed off through diseases.
Well, who told you that? Where you getting that from?
No. Listen. It's not a matter about who told me that, okay? I'm an intelligent man, okay, who can research and who can read and who can also, more importantly, who can logically think for himself, which is that all throughout history, all of history, disease has been used to kill the most number of people, even in war. Disease. And the Europeans, the British, the Spanish, they used disease to wipe out these people. Now, why was it so easy to wipe out people with European diseases? Because these people had no natural immunity because they had not been around Europeans for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. They had not developed a natural immunity to smallpox and other diseases, and those diseases wiped out.
How was Africans able to survive it? How was the Africans able to survive it?
Good question. I've dealt with this already. I've answered that question, but I'll answer it right now for your viewers. The reason why Africans were not wiped out from the European diseases, there were two reasons. Number one, we know that it is the African genetics, African genome, from whence all the people of the nations are mainly come from today. Secondly, Africans, medicine men and medicine women, they knew about smallpox already because Africa, the ancient Egyptians even knew about smallpox. Okay,
how was that going to help the people that was on the boat, though, man? The people that was on the boat in a farm journey, who living in biomatter, who living in urine.
Okay, hold on. That's another story, but I can deal with that too. All right, so I'll give you an example. What happened? This was observed. What happened in the smallpox situation? What was observed was an African medicine man. He took a person who had smallpox, African enslaved here in America. He took a little dab into the smallpox sore on this smallpox infected person's arm. And then he took it and he dabbed a little bit of it on the tongues of others who had not yet been infected with
So
smallpox.
he did that on the
Okay.
boat when they were stuck. So when the people that was on the boat, the people that was on, listen, real quick, you said you were smart and you were thinking man, right? Listen, we know if I sat you in the bathroom for 3 days with urine and feces in it, that shit would affect your lungs. So you telling me people was on a boat for 5 months who already coming off
No,
the
no,
boat with the
hold on. That's another fallacy that many of you have been mistaught about. It did not take.
so they
It did not take. And I did a 9-part series, on this. Okay. And I don't think you looked at it. Apparently, you did not look at the whole series because if you did, you would have learned that those boats, the fastest boats at that time, European ships, it would take the fastest ones no more than 3 weeks to arrive here in the Western Hemisphere from the west coast of Africa. The slower ships, it would take them up to a month. So this 5-month thing is totally a myth. Okay, totally.
So you said a month, so a month living on a boat among people who was urine. So you end up on a boat, people
Yeah.
constantly going to the bathroom, people constantly fluids coming out of. So you telling me that wouldn't affect their immune system? And as soon as they got here, they would have died. They wouldn't have been. Look, I'm a nutritionist, man. I'm not just somebody. I'm not just a YouTube scholar. Listen, I'm not just some YouTube scholar, brother. Listen, and biomatter is where all the human diseases come from. E. coli, Ebola, everything comes from biomatter. So if you telling me that people can live on the bottom of a boat for for however many months or how many weeks it
Not
is,
months,
and then
not
get
months,
right. Oh, you
weeks.
said okay, weeks. Let's say okay, weeks. Period. So you telling me all these millions of people would have made bro? It don't that. Listen, man. Listen. All we saying, T West, bro. Listen. Look, the next time I be able to we could talk. I'ma show you evidence. I'ma show you anthropologists. I'ma show you archaeologists. The only thing that's making the African slave story stand up is the fact that we think that the majority of people here died and the Africans was able to come here and survive and they was able. No, that don't make no sense.
Well,
if you
as
end
I
up at the
said,
bottom of a boat.
A1, listen. As I said,
Yes, sir.
Look, it was 3 weeks for the faster ships. And
So
up
3
to a
weeks of
month.
living in education and
Okay, hold
biomatter and feces and
because
everything.
hold on, because you said 5 months. No. Any
All right, but
ship
3
that
weeks.
was
All right,
on the ocean.
I'm agree with you. I concur with you. All right, let's say 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let's
Hold
say
on.
3 weeks.
Because this is the disinformation and misinformation that's been sent out there among a lot of people. Okay. All right. And I'm aware of this. I'm aware of these false things about 5 months. I'm like, no. If 5 months, a ship is lost at sea. Okay. All right. Now, so Africans were brought over here by the hundreds of thousands, and tens of thousands of them died en route in those ships coming over here. Okay, that's a fact. Okay, now, only the strongest survived the dysentery, cholera, or whatever may appear or happen on that ship. Only the strongest survived. Now, it was in the interest of the Europeans to make sure that the cargo survived so that they could sell them when they got here to the Americas. Now, what were they being sold for? They were being sold for as high as $2,000 and $3,000 for the best of those of your ancestors who were enslaved. Okay, being sold for that.
Bro.
Now, there was also before you leave, there was also the question about, well, we don't speak. A comment: we don't speak African languages either. Well, look, here's the big difference. Okay, it's important to be able to compare apples to apples and not apples to tomatoes. They're both red. Well, some apples, okay, and tomatoes, they're red, but they're totally different. Okay, meaning this. In Africa, you still have among most of the tribes in Africa, in spite of colonialism, in spite of even some slavery on the continent of Africa, you still have the majority of those people who know how to speak their languages. And now come to America. Right here in America, you still have the majority of the native peoples right here in America. Even though some of them can't speak their languages anymore, they still can speak their native language. and you do not have.
And none of the Africans speak their languages here in America that came through via slave ship. So the analysis is the same thing. If a group of people don't speak their language, that within a couple hundred years, why can't another group of people don't speak the language? Americans do not speak African language. They speak English.
No, that's comparing apples to tomatoes. Okay, once again, let me explain.
Well, according to the white man, apples and tomatoes are both fruits.
Okay, all right. Well, we compare apples to oranges. Okay, all right.
Both fruits.
All right, now, okay, you can compare them. Okay, go ahead and compare them. All right, now you understand the analogy. All right, now, so what you had here is the fact. Here are the facts. Native American tribes. Among all those tribes, some of them still speak their language. Among all of these blacks here in America, among them, you would probably find it impossible to show me a considerable number of them who are speaking their native tongue here in America. Okay? Now, most of the native tribes in America, you know, and you all know that they have rejected lots of black people. They kicked a lot of black people. If they were on the tribal rolls, they kick you off the rolls.
These are not the same people. These are not the, you got to understand there's a difference between a Native American and an Aborigine. First of all, you already
Aboriginal. Let's just say Aboriginal. Okay, let's go with that. Forget about them. Forget about Native American. Let's say Aboriginal. Let's go with that. Okay.
I also think
the Apaches. Are the Apaches? Are the Navajo? Are the Iroquois? Are all of those groups? Are they Aboriginal peoples?
No, you just named the Apaches. They are not Aboriginals. The Iroquois are Aboriginals. Yes, so you have right.
Okay. All right. Then let's just go with Iroquois. Let's go with Iroquois. Let's go with what about Cherokee?
Cherokee, no, Cherokee is not Aboriginal.
Okay, where'd they come from?
It's a mixture tribe. It's a mixture.
Wait, hold on a minute. There are members of every tribe, all of those tribes, Apache too, who are mixed. Okay, so if you're trying to define what's Aboriginal by whether or not they're mixed or not, okay, then by God, you and I, we're mixed. Hold on. By the time you started hearing the term Cherokee applied to any indigenous groups, the Chickamauga and a vast amount of other Aborigines had already been POW. Right, they had already been went to war and been inserted into the colonizer situation. So what I'm saying is, by the time you started hearing the Cherokee, the particular other Indians had already been classified as Negro and colored at this point. Well, that's your theory. Okay, that's your theory.
Well, I can show you the facts. It's not a theory. This is actual fact. This can't be debated.
Okay. Listen. That's your theory. But until you all can produce people who look like you and who are you speaking some of these native languages. Okay,
see, that's the thing. See, now you're contradicting yourself. I gave you a source, whether you looked it up or not. That's not my fault. Now I've asked you.
No, you gave me one person, and I've always asked, give me a notable black person. Michael Jordan is a notable name. Give me a notable name. Okay, all right. Now you could find.
Well, listen, let me tell you how notable he is. Right, he got a book that's right now online at $250,000 for the 103 facts about the Black Indian of the Western Hemisphere.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, of course. Of course, he's gotten that because lots of blacks have been duped into thinking that they are the
African
Aboriginal. Hold on, they are the Aboriginal.
A lot of us. Excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off, brother. I apologize. A lot of us have been duped to thinking that we're African and that we came over here through via slave ship. But what I'm trying to tell you, brother, is that English language, and I gave you a source. You can go to the American Indian Encyclopedia, 15,000 years of contributions, in innovation. You can type it into your computer right now. We can go down to the letter L. We can go to languages, and we can show you how the English and the Spanish language was put together and formulated by hundreds of indigenous languages. For instance, the term terrapin. Have you ever heard the term terrapin? The Merlin terrapin?
Hold
that
on,
means turtle. That's Algonquin. In Algonquin, the term terrapin means turtle, and it's the same exact term. It's still being utilized today, and it's amongst the other words that's being accumulated in the English language that was put together by the indigenous language. This is a source. You can't get around this. This is not theory. This is not me saying this.
Well, look, it still comes right back. It still comes right back to what I said. Okay. Now you gave me one name, and I'll look up that one name and do a little bit more research on that one name. But it still remains until you and you all and those of you who believe that you are the Aboriginal people of these lands, until you all can prove that you all, like the other native Aboriginal peoples, can speak your languages of the past. Look, I'm not buying it. I don't buy it. Okay, it's just not there. I mean, people talk about.
Hey, peace.
Okay,
go ahead. You're pretty much speaking the indigenous languages right now, brother. But what I'm saying is, I've asked you 3 times throughout your dialogue and your claim, where did you get this information from? So the viewers, not for me, because I can go look it up myself, but for the viewers of where you got your information from. You fail to give them any source, but you want us to give you source, which we are giving you sources.
Alquan, I'm not asking you for a source. I'm not asking.
This not Alquan. This not Alquan. This Aboriginal power. This Aboriginal power.
I mean, Aboriginal. Listen. I'm not asking you for that. You asking me for something. Okay, but what I'm giving you is
you did ask for it. You said where did you get this from and who?
No,
that's called reference and source. I asked you and you didn't give me one.
I only asked you one thing. I asked you to produce a black man or black woman who speaks his native tongue. That's what I asked you. I did not.
Can I say something? Can I say something to you?
I did not say
real fast, and I get off the line.
I did not say. Give me a source of this whole
T West.
I didn't say that.
T West. Go ahead. T West. Halito, how are you, brother? Halito, Osio. Oh, you don't understand those, right? Okay, let me ask you a question, brother. Hey, this is Chief Holiday. I'm in the chat room. I'm asking you questions in the chat room, and since you're not gonna answer, I want to come on the panel and ask you personally, right? You're asking us to speak our native language, right? And we're asking you, what African language do you speak? And what what so-called African tribe do you come from, brother?
You got your question. Okay, listen. You've asked your question. Okay, your question is clear. Okay, now look, listen, and I'm going to answer you very directly. Okay. I myself, I do not speak an African language. Okay, now I'm going to explain that to you. Hold on.
Did you catch the question?
I heard your question. You asked me what African language do I speak. Okay, listen. All right. Now, I do not myself speak an African language. I have not learned.
Whoa.
Hold on. Whoa, what? You asked me a question. Why you want me to hold?
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Okay. All right. I do not speak an African language myself. Now, however, my wife is Somali. She has 3 children. They were born in Somalia, but they came to America when they were very, very young. Those 3 children do not speak the Somali language. The mother does, the children don't. Okay. Which means that when most groups come to the United States of America, the only exception is to some degree, are Hispanic groups. When they come to the United States of America, within the first or second generation, they lose the ability to speak the language of their parents or the country from whence they came. All right. Now you have a situation. Now that would apply to all black folks who were brought here on the slave ships, and there were some black folks who were already here before the Europeans came. Now I've already.
That's the key thing I want to get into.
Hold on. There you go. Okay, I've always stated that. Okay, now, so when the Native American or Aboriginal, let's use that term, okay? When the Aboriginal people, you've always had, with most of those tribes, some people among them who still retain and speak their native languages for various reasons. You could say, well, because eventually they established the reservations. Yeah, that's one reason. And another reason is because, look, they had places, they knew this land better than the white man knew this land. So they had places where they could hide out at, even before the reservations were formed, where they could hide out at, they could practice their culture, they could practice their belief, they could speak their native language. Where the Christians, the missionaries, the Catholic Church and all, they had not said, no, you can't speak your language here. You cannot wear that ponytail, you guys, you men, can't wear that ponytail here. They did not wipe it all out among them. But why the hell is it that all of that has been wiped out amongst the so-called Negro right here in the United States of America? Why is that?
Well, they haven't been wiped out totally. But let me ask you this. So you admit that blacks were here before whites came here, right?
You know, it was another part of the question, brother. It was another part of the question.
Hold on.
Oh, I thought that was you. My bad.
Is this Alquan?
Excuse. Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. No, I was asking. So you admit that blacks were here?
Hey, real quick, Alquan. It's the second part of the question. I need the brother to answer the question. Like we passed the language. He doesn't speak any African language. I need to know what tribe are you associated with? And since you said that you're married to a Somalian woman, right? How long you been married, brother?
Not Somalian, and how long I've been married is of no matter for years, okay? But not Somalian is
okay.
Somali,
So you didn't want to learn your wife's language, right? At all.
Listen.
You're married African, but you don't want their language.
No. Listen. I don't.
You can't tell me nothing at this point, bro.
Mute your mic and let him speak.
I'm observing. Alquan's here, so I know what the behavior is going to be like. Okay, so now listen. With Somali, the Somali language, what I need to speak in Somali, I speak. Okay, what I need to. If I don't need to, I don't. Okay, she knows Somali. She interprets wherever it needs to be interpreted at. Now, that's neither here or there. Now, what was the second part of your question? What was that again?
What tribe does your grandparents, does your ancestors come from in Africa, bro?
Okay. All right. What tribe? Now, specifically, because much of that history was wiped out through time and wiped out through intention during slavery. Okay. Much of it. Okay. I do not know specifically which tribe. I can tell you this. Hold on. Listen. You asked the question, then you ready to run off. Okay. All right. I can tell you this specifically. With my mother. Now, my mother is 92 years old. My grandmother was 105 when she passed. Okay. My mother's 92. My mother's DNA shows that she is 90, around about almost 99%, about 99% African. Now, it showed that parts of it was West Africa, and then it showed parts of it is moving up even towards Central Africa. That's what the DNA test showed for my mother. Now, with my father, that was a little bit different. Okay, my father's DNA. Now, most quote Negroes who espouse, we the original people here, we did not arrive here on those slave ships and everything. Most of them, they will not do any DNA test. They'll make excuses for why they won't do it. Okay, but they won't. Okay, now, with my father was the high 80 percentile African. Okay, and it showed the regions of Africa where possibly his ancestors had originated from. But with my father, you also had about 10% that was maybe 11%. That was like European, like Irish, definitely Irish. There was one other European group also with my father. Okay, so what I'm saying is this: is that with modern science, if black folk really want to know possibly where their ancestors derived or came from, okay, they can find out in this modern age. Okay, 30 years ago, that would not have been quite possible, but DNA analysis is getting better and better. Okay, so don't be afraid to do that. Now, some people want to push a certain ideology, a belief. Okay, we were already here, TUS, we were already here. Okay, now generally those persons will not go and do a DNA test. They won't do it. Okay, and you have to ask the question, why? And then usually they'll say, well, that's a white man's thing. That's a white man's thing. Well, no, Whitey is not responsible for all of that. You got black DNA.
DNA.
Yeah,
DNA only associate with people at a particular region. It don't do nothing with areas, dirt, and water, and all this shit. Even though your DNA can be altered through these things, it can be altered through food and different inhabitants changes, but it only ties you to a particular people in a region. And in order to have a quick understanding of who the people are in the region, you got to deal with certain migrations. Okay. And first of all, you don't need DNA to prove that Aboriginals was here before Africans or any other people came here, right? Because you said something about Egypt and they got sales and they've been selling and blah, blah, blah. What year did the Egyptians sell over here? First question.
What did they?
Second question is, before the Egyptian civilization that had been started, we had civilization being constructed and built already here. If you go to Corral Supe in the Yucatan Peninsula, you will see exactly what I'm talking about, which is one of the oldest cities and arguably the cradle of civilization. When you deal,
but there's no proof that was you.
Well, hold on, brother. See, here's the problem that you're having, right? You said that you believe that Africans came to America first.
You go to a particular region like the Yucatan, and you go to the Chinchorro mummies, and you deal with the craniology of these people, right? It said they resemble Northwest Pacific Islanders, modern Africans, and Australians, right? So the early inhabitants of this land looks just like me. Matter of fact, at one point in time, I was classified as an African American. Mistakenly, okay, misclassified as an African American. So you can see how my ancestors could easily be mistaken as African or some sub, but they telling you the distinguishing characteristics. Okay, you got a structure in America before the oldest structure in Egypt or Africa is popping up. So it doesn't make sense for a group of intelligent Africans that accumulated this science that took thousands of years to implement, to go outside of their fucking continent to build, only to go back to their continent to build. It doesn't make sense. You don't build your first glory in another man's land. And when you're dealing with particular anthropology, you got to go to one of the oldest things. Africans did not start migrating to roughly around 70,000 years ago. Some argue that 110. Okay. There's no reason you should be finding human evidence in California at 130,000 years. That's 10 times greater than Clovis first. And we knew that Clovis first had been debunked as being pseudo as of 2004. Okay, and you can't get around this. If you want the sources, I'll be more than welcome.
Well, your voice cut out.
Okay. I apologize.
Hey, Ab, yeah. I wanted to kind of bro, like you telling him some real shit, man. And I don't think he understands, but like when he say stuff like Aboriginals and stuff like that or whatever, right? Or indigenous, right?
Wait, hold on. You think I don't understand Aboriginal and all that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the way you're talking, it seems like you don't. So we're gonna have to work it out.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you sound smart, but
all right. Well, listen, my brother.
Okay, so I'm saying if you understand what Aboriginal mean, then let's break. So we shouldn't be having.
Listen, my brother.
Let the brother go into, because you said he didn't. Let's see what let's let him speak. Let brother T.W. speak. Everybody mute your mic.
Listen, Aboriginal. Listen. When we talk about Aboriginal, we're talking about original peoples. Okay, that's clear cut. Okay, anybody with any ounce of sense would know that. Okay, so I think you're just talking just to be talking. Okay, with that. Now, that said, listen, you have people who have been here for tens of thousands of years. Okay, you've had empires, societies, communities here that have come and gone. All right, you've got that. It's happened. Black men, black women, and other pigmentation of people have been here. Okay. Now we all know about the Olmecs. We know about that. We know about the pyramids, the step pyramids, and the age of the step pyramids in Mexico. By God, in the 1980s, I was there, climbed to the top. I know about that. Been there, seen that, done that. Okay. Now, but when we come and bring it right back to the subject matter, which is blacks in America, and more specifically, and I don't think I have anybody here who's in at least live here, the group that's on here speaking. I don't think anybody's here from Brazil or blacks from Brazil anywhere. I don't think you are. I think all of you from right here in the United States of America. Okay. Now, where other peoples, now this is mainly an African American phenomenon about we're the Aboriginal people, but there is no strong evidence of you being the Aboriginal people. And as I said, most who believe that they are the Aboriginal people, most of them, maybe all of them, but most of them definitely will not take a DNA test. They will make excuses.
Can I interject something real fast, brother? Now, you said that you understood what Aboriginal mean, right? Which means the first inhabitant. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes.
So, you said that people have been in America for tens of thousands of years. So I don't know how to take that. That could be 90,000, 80,000, 60,000, 70,000, right? So here's my point. Were these people black? Yes or no?
Some of them was, yes.
No, see, this is the problem that you have, T. West. You say you're smart.
No, it isn't.
But 10,000 BC, it was not. It was the white people on the planet 10,000 BC, brother.
No, listen.
Answer this question.
No.
Is this a question? This is a question for you, brother. Was white people on the planet 10,000 BC?
Wait. Listen to me. All right. You've got in Africa and here, you've got black people who give birth to albino children. Okay, you have that. You have black people who give birth to children who are of different skin pigmentation. You even have black people who give birth to some children sometimes who have blue eyes. Okay, so for you all to believe and think that everything here, whether it was 10,000 years ago or 70,000 years ago, everything here was black. Okay, that's what science backs up, brother. That's not what we're saying. Science and craniology say that only black people on the planet, brother. Science does not back that up. Science only backs up that. Science only backs up,
brother. That's absolutely a lie. There was no Caucasian people on the planet 10,000 BC, according to science.
Science only backs up the fact that the original people were black, just like in China.
Oh, but that's what you're saying, though. That's what we're saying. We're saying that we're the original people of this land. Do you agree with that, or you do not agree with that? Yes or no?
No, that's not what you're saying.
See, this is why you sound smart, but you're not.
But Mr. West, is that what
you're saying? Dumb shit right now.
No, you're saying more.
You sound crazy as hell right now.
No.
You're saying that we're the original people, but now we're not the original people here. What is it?
I'm gonna tell you what you said. I'm gonna tell you what you said. Okay.
Nah, you tell yourself what you said. Don't tell me what I said. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Listen, this is what you said. You said black people are the original people of the land, and that all of the
no, you said that. You said that. I'm just backing on what you said.
No, I heard it. I heard it. Now there are multiple people talking. Okay, but one of you said it. Okay, one of you said it.
Okay, brother.
Okay.
So black people are the original people here that've been here for tens of thousands of years. Brother.
You asked me the question. You asked me the question of whether.
Go ahead.
All of the people here were black, and I'm saying no. All the people here were not black. Okay. Now why? Why? And I told you why. I told you the reason why. Because down through time, you've had in black people, the original peoples of Earth, you've had the ability in their DNA to produce people of different skin complexions, different eye color, okay?
And hair texture. Got you. Okay. So does that make is Yvette Carnell black, brother?
Is she says,
bro, you sound black. Crazy as hell right now, bro. No, black is a social political construct, just like Afri. Right? I'm gonna ask you this question, bro, since you don't know anything about America. So let's go back to Africa. What language is Afri, brother? Since you Afrisynergy, right?
That is
what language is Afri, brother?
No, I'm gonna ask you.
You don't know nothing about America.
That's a silly question. Okay.
How's it silly?
Listen. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into an explanation of that about Afrisynergy.
Because you don't know.
No. Look, it's immaterial. Okay.
Because you don't know. Just say you don't know. Just say you don't know, brother.
No. I don't need to say anything. Okay.
Just say you don't know where Africa comes from, and I can accept that because most of y'all don't.
I'm a guest here on this show, and okay.
You're not gonna. Okay.
No, I'm gonna tell you this. Okay. Afrisynergy, Afrikaners, okay, is immaterial to this discussion. Okay, it is not about this discussion. I stick to the topic of this discussion. It isn't, and I'm not going to discuss it. Period.
So you don't know.
Let me
just say you don't know.
No. I'm saying
okay. That means you don't know. So you call all of us Africans, but you don't know where Africa come from. Let's be clear.
Alquan. What I'm saying to you is this: is that. It's meaningless.
No, that's not me.
Got it? Meaningless. Okay.
Mr. West.
Can I say something? Like, I mean, if you're gonna ask about the languages,
one question.
How you gonna go against your saying and explaining your own name, man? Like that don't even make sense.
My name is T. West. The program is Afrisynergy News. Okay. All right. Move on.
So, Mr. T. West, so you admit that blacks were in the Americas before the white man arrived, right?
Look, not admit. I've taught that for years and years probably before you were born. Okay, I've taught that.
So what's the argument?
You tell me.
well, you claim that we're you claim that we're not.
You said okay, here's where the difference is. Okay, since you asked. Here's where the difference is. Most of you all who's on here, I'm not talking about the viewers and all, but most of you all believe that you descended from people who were already here. Most of you. Now I challenge any of you who believe that to do a DNA test. Okay, not tell me how.
Bro, we don't do no DNA.
Not tell me about how. Well, no, it's not accurate. T. West, it's not this, not that. Just do it. Okay, just do it.
You believe that we come from Africa? That's what it is.
And then come back and let's discuss the inaccuracies of it.
But if that's the case, so you admit that blacks were here first, and so where are these other blacks at?
What you mean, the other blacks?
The blacks that were here, since we're not from those blacks that you claim.
The other blacks are you, Alquan.
No. I'm talking about where the original blacks at that were here already before the white man came here.
Oh, some of them have okay, Alquan, maybe you joined late. Okay, but listen, we have a thing called miscegenation. Okay, which is the mixing of the different ethnic groups. Okay, you had some of that happen. We mixed in with other people. Okay, the original blacks even mixed in with other people.
Now, what other people?
Down in California.
Who are the other people? Who are what?
You mixed it.
You mixed it.
You mixed it. Listen. It's obvious to you. Why you ask me such a question like that? Okay, listen. You mixed in. Listen. You mixed it. Hold on. You mixed in with the Europeans. You mixed in with the mestizos. You mixed in with the native.
But before they couldn't exist before the white man came here.
Means miscegenation, brother. Mestizo means miscegenation, brother. Mestizo is just.
Listen.
Nah, you don't know. Once again.
Hello.
T-West, are you indigenous, brother? Are you indigenous? Are you indigenous to Africa, brother? We tired of having this, bro. You sound crazy as hell right now. You're arguing about something that doesn't make sense. You've already submitted. You already said that black people was here first. That means that we are the first inhabitants of this land. That means you are Aboriginal, sir. Now, my question to you is: are you or Africa indigenous to the continent of Africa? That's my goddamn question, brother. Stop running.
That's your question. Okay, well, here's the answer to your question.
Are you indigenous to Africa?
Here's the answer to your question. Here's the answer to your question. I just earlier, in case you were not here, okay, I just earlier stated what the DNA says about my family. I just earlier stated that. Were you listening?
What did your grandmama say, brother? What did your mom and grandmama say, brother? Don't tell me what the DNA said. What did your grandmama say? What did your 105 grandmama say? What tribe she say y'all was from? Be honest. Don't lie.
Or were you selectively only hearing what you wanted to hear?
No. I want to hear 105-year-old grandmother. What did she say you was from, sir? And I'm done. I'm gonna get off here.
My grandmother, my 105-year-old grandmother, who had 21, actually it was 23 children. There were 2 crib deaths. Okay, my grandmother said that we were from Africa. That's what my grandmother
Okay,
said.
all right, I'm done. Okay. I'm out, y'all.
Hey, look, real quick before T West go, right? Look, so T West, Alquan asked you a question, right? So I'm gonna ask you another question. Look, when they got here in 1619 in Virginia, was there already Negroes in Virginia that didn't come off the slave ships?
Yes, there were already some blacks.
Okay,
already,
all right.
Hold on. Let me finish. Okay, before I even answer the question, you talking. All right.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my
There
mic.
were already black. There were already blacks here. Now, before 1619.
Do you have an estimate of how many it was? I'm just
No, I don't have an estimate on how many there were.
Right,
But
look, so I need you to check
hold on. You asked 2 questions. You asked 2 questions, and I barely answered the first part. And then hold on, real quickly. The reason why there were already some here, some had already came over and were brought over here as free men. Some were brought as indentured servants before 1619. Okay, some were brought over here after the Moors fell from power in parts of Western Europe. Some of them were brought over here. Some of them came over here. Okay, they did not come over here.
Africa, or where was the Moors originally from?
The Moors, most of the Moors were originally from North and West Africa. Most of them.
Most of the Moors is originally from America. That's why they came back here.
Well, that's what you.
But I'm look, real quick. Just
real quick. Go ahead.
Have you seen the structures in Andalusia and in Spain? Have you ever seen the Moorish architect?
Yep. I've seen it. I've been. Listen. I've been to Spain. I've been to Spain. Okay. I'm not in the book. I've been there.
Answer the question without us yelling over each other. So the structures that you see in Andalusia and Grenada and in Spain, do you see anything similar to in Africa? Anything?
Yes, I've seen some things similar to it, but I also know this. Hold on. You ask a question and then you try to run. Okay, because I don't know. Hold on. By run, I mean start talking to try to get in your next point. Okay. Now listen.
Just tell me what location you
now
see
listen.
Just
listen. Okay. All right. Listen. There were castles in some parts of Africa. Now in Ethiopia, I saw a castle there. Okay. I saw a castle there.
We're not talking about the North. We talking about, tell me sub-Saharan Africa or West Africa. Don't give me nothing
Sub-Saharan
that's, oh,
Africa,
that's
Africa. Oh,
immoral.
wait,
I'm
wait,
just
wait,
saying,
wait,
look,
no,
look,
no, no,
man.
no, 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 no.
No,
Hold on,
T.
hold
West,
on, hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on,
trying to,
hold
I'm
on,
just
hold
trying to
on,
just
hold
make
on,
it
hold
clear
on,
so you can
hold,
make
hold
it
on,
clear
hold
for
on,
you.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Sub, the word sub means something less than, okay, something below. Okay, now listen, listen. Now, when I talk about Africa, I do not talk about sub-Saharan Africa. I talk about Africa, period. Okay, period. That's what I talk about. Now, when the Europeans, even when some of the Arabs came before the Europeans, when they came into Africa, many things they destroyed. You saw the French. What did the French do when they went into Egypt? They saw the big noses of the Egyptians and they blew them off with cannons. Okay, all right, all of that. They tried to destroy
So why
what
they didn't
Africa
destroy the
already
ones
had.
that was in Spain and Grenada? Why did they just take them over and make them? Why did the temples that was in Spain and Grenada that the Moors built? Why did they just make them? They wasn't. Listen, they would have did the same thing in Spain and destroyed them.
No,
The reason you can't
no,
see none of
no,
them
no,
structures
that's not
because
true.
they
That
never
brother,
came.
brother, listen, listen. That's not true. Oh, that's not true. No, what the Europeans did in
100%.
Spain, what they did in Spain. No, hold on, hold on. You said that they would. Why didn't they destroy them in Spain where the blacks had built them? Why didn't they? Okay, I'm going to answer your question. Okay, it's not because of the reason why you say it. It is because what Spain did and what the Portuguese did and other Europeans did, they co-opted what blacks had built in Europe. They put their name on it. They whiteified it. That's what they did. But in Africa, they could not leave certain things standing. It was a scorched earth policy in Africa. If there was anything great in Africa that said that Africans were scientists, that Africans were an advanced culture of people. Okay. All right. Now, this is going to run counter to some of the self-haters out there. All right. That Africa was advanced. What the Europeans would do, they would destroy it. Now, we saw it then, way back then, and we see it today. NATO in 2011 went into the fabulous, fantastic city of Sirte in Libya, and it's in Africa. Okay. And they bombed it to an oblivion. Okay. Oblivion. That's what they did. But they've always done that. As I've always said, what do they come to
But when
do
I'm
with your
saying that's
people?
a
They come
myth,
to
what you're
steal,
saying, that's a
kill, and
theory.
destroy.
There's no
Move on.
proof
Okay.
when I'm saying there's no proof to support what you're saying. That's a theory.
Oh,
There's no
no,
proof to show us that they destroyed
no,
it
no, that's
and we
not
can
true. You
prove
you
it.
can only
We
say
only
that you don't
speculate. What
know
I'm
it. No,
saying
no,
is,
you
T.
you
West,
can
look,
no,
we making
listen.
speculation.
The source.
No.
Give us
You
the
can
source.
only say that you do
Give us the
not know
source.
it. Have you ever been to Spain? Oh yeah, hold on. You never been
I
to
don't
Spain,
have.
most
I'm just
likely.
listen, bro. You make listen, T. West. Listen, brother. All I'm asking, I just ask a simple question that I need some substance. Meaning, substance means data. I don't want to hear no theory because everything we're talking to you about, I'm about to be home in 5 minutes, and if you're still on the line, everything that I'm talking about.
Well,
Cut off.
data sometimes means go there, go visit. Okay, get out of your hood, get out of your neighborhood, save a little money, go over there and look for yourself. Go over there and study for yourself. There are some black men and some black women who do exactly that. They get out of their little world and they go out and they expand. They go travel. They learn things. Your knowledge is expand by doing that. And unfortunately, there are
Just
lots of
study
young brothers and sisters
America, right?
who don't do
You
that.
got two
Unfortunately.
supposedly people who did the population of people, and one of the person name is Henry Dobbins. He said from Nova Scotia to Florida, there was 35 million people in that landmass. Now, this is his this is just from his research. I don't agree with that entirely, but he's saying from Nova Scotia to Florida, there was 35 million people just in that area. He said the whole population of the Americas had to exceed over 112 million people. So for you to tell me that even because we can look at OU, that when they was coming here, they was enslaving people. Where are all these Indians? When you look at Brown University will tell you that this is their speculation. They said 2.2 to 5 to 5.5 million people, or Aborigines or Indians, was enslaved here in North America. They only 80,000 people here, and now we're going to challenge the 380,000 people here too, because it was already black people in the Caribbean already when they, because when got here, Spain, when Columbus got here,
You dropped out, but
he takes back
he already admits that blacks were here first, so that's a good thing. I think a simple way to get through this is for him to show and prove that blacks came from Africa.
Okay. All right. I heard two people talking. And Alquan, you were one of them. Well, look.
Did you hear the question, or?
Sure, I heard your question. Okay.
So that's the ultimate thing we have to prove. You guys, I mean, I think it's good that if you guys can accept the facts with the fact show instead of fantastical stories. And you guys, you admitted that blacks were here before the white man came here, so that's clear. And you talked about mixing.
Not I admit it. No, not that I admit it. Okay. All right. Listen. It's important for you to phrase it correctly. Okay. For decades, I did not admit that black people were here before Europeans arrived.
Well, you did earlier when I asked you the question.
Listen, I stated it. So okay, now so you phrased that incorrectly there, Alquan. I did not admit. Okay.
Well, you did, and then you went on to say that there was some mixing involved. But this is before the white man came here, so then we want to ask you, who were they mixing with?
No, I did not. I did not say it was the mixing was before the white man came. I said that the mixing was before and during the white man, when the white man arrived here. Okay, so let's get that straight.
Well,
okay,
yeah, we do need to get it straight, and that is what was.
I pay attention to details. Okay,
yeah, me too, and that was where we were at before the white man came here, and then we kind of fell off with that conversation.
Okay, your question.
So you did establish that you were going into some mixing, and then we asked mixing with who, since the white man didn't arrive yet.
You were mixing with other people who were here. Okay.
And who were those other people, race wise?
Other tribes. Okay. All right. Other tribes, for example, right now today, you have many Aboriginal tribes, native tribes, who speak different languages.
For the sake of confusion, I want to keep it in that time period.
I'm answering your question. Those tribes mixed among each other. When some Africans sailed here from West Africa, some of them would have mixed eventually with the people too. That's what humans do. They mix eventually. It's natural. Go ahead.
Right. Over here, but we're talking about before the white man came here. So who else was here in order for these people to mix with somebody? That's what we're trying to establish.
Who else was here? You had people who had come through here. You have, as Alquan, you joined late. Okay, all right. Now I can't be on all day. Okay, but I cannot be on all day. You joined late, so I'm going to have to go back to where I started from. Okay, which is this. Okay, you had people who were coming down and coming into into the Western Hemisphere from the north. Today, you still have some of the vestiges, some of the remaining people who are still up in the Alaska area. I'm not talking about the Europeans who went on up there later, moved up there. But up in the north, you have the Inuit people who are up there. But that shows a trail of people as they migrated into the Americas. So you have.
How would you classify these type of people?
Well, I said that they're called Inuits.
Race-wise.
There's only. Wait, hold on. You're using terms. Okay, race. Race. There's only one race. That's the human race. Since the demise of the Neanderthal. Okay, there's only one race. Now you have many different ethnic groups, tribes, and all. You got that. Okay. Now they are defined under their particular ethnic groups, their ethnicities. Okay. Some of them speak different languages. They have different cultures, different beliefs.
But I
You
kind of
have
want to
all
get a
that among
visual
the native
on
people.
the
Was
on who
any
you're
of
talking
them
about. That's why.
was
Pardon?
any of them classified as Negro?
Was any of them classified as Negroes? I have never heard any of them being classified as Negroes. Okay, the first time I ever saw the term Negro published. Now there may have been some earlier ones, but the first time I saw it was in the writings of Rabbi Rashid, and that was over 1,000 years ago. He said these people shall be defined as Negroes, and he was speaking about black people in very negative and ugly terms. They shall be defined as Negroes. Okay, which of course in the Spanish language, negros or negrito, okay, negrito, nigger, negros means black. Okay, all right. So and then in the English, of course, you have negro or negros. In the Spanish, negro. Okay, you have that. So, but anyway, go ahead.
But no, I'm just saying though. I asked you for a source. You said Africans sailed over here from West Africa before the white men came here. And where can our viewers go read this information at?
Well, you can see things like that in the Stolen Legacy. Gosh, it's been a long time. Stolen Legacy that came before Columbus, and a number of books are out there. All people would have to do. Look, listen, because the library now is very much for a lot of things, not all things. A lot of things you don't
Listen,
have to go to
brother.
the library. Hold on,
The
let
reason
me
I
finish.
asked.
Let me finish. For some things, you don't have to go to the library. You can go to Google. You can just Google. Okay, Africans in the Americas. You know, you can start Googling certain things, and they'll have sources, book sources. You'll have those sources out there as long as you know what the key words are. People can do a lot of research on their own now. They don't have to rely totally on what you say or what I say. They can do that on their own. I encourage that.
Now, you know, at the end of the They Came Before Columbus book, he kind of asked the question again and left it as a question. He didn't really make it as a definite. You know that?
Well, the thing is that look, when you're a scholar and you rely upon the status quo, okay, for your living, and you're teaching in universities and all, you have to sometimes, as a writer, sometimes you got to do a little bit of that, okay, because you might not be employed, or they might not, they might come against your book, okay. So there's a little bit of strategy with that sort of stuff also.
Well, Vin Sertima do say that blacks sailed over here or must have sailed over here, but that was without evidence. There's no data that supports it. He didn't give a reference to any primary research that supports that black people sailed over here before Christopher Columbus.
Well, there is some evidence though. There is.
Well,
I mean, as I said earlier, as I said when this program first began, down in South America, I think Peru is one country. You have inscriptions that were written.
Is the evidence in Van Sertima's book that you referenced?
Well, Van Sertima, I just threw that out there. You know, I think my daughter took that book. I think she took that book a long time ago. So I don't have it sitting here in front of me. It's been years and years and years. Okay, so I don't know. Your question. I don't know specifically. Don't recall specifically in there the evidence that Van Sertima.
I remember the evidence. He was pinpointing a few cultural traits.
Okay, hold on, Alquan. The evidence that Van Sertima may have used, but what I was speaking to was language. Okay, down.
He did look at a few crops and analysis, but what I'm saying, I said he used several different things to try to make his argument without using the actual data that supports it, like actual ships that sailed, actual evidence of black people or an African language here during those particular time periods. That's also information that was out in the 80s, early 90s, right? Maybe even 30 years before then, like you said, before present day. That's outdated information.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, wait. Hold on.
During the same time period that Ivan Van Sertima was writing that book, Clovis first had
hold on. You just made a point. You said that it's outdated information. Okay, and it is not outdated information. Okay, now, You said that it's outdated information. Okay, it's more like, well, there's something in there that I don't support, so therefore I'm going to call it outdated. All right, now, as I said, down in South America, there is evidence that Africans traveled here. Okay, traveled here. You see it in the language. In Arizona, there is the cave around the Grand Canyon where there was found Egyptian artifacts. Egyptian. Okay?
You have
They're in
no
Arizona.
proof for that
So,
whatsoever.
pardon?
You do not have any proof nor any data that supports that whatsoever.
Listen. You can only say that you don't have it. Okay, I've known about it for years. Okay, all right. Africans now. Here's the thing.
Give me a source. Give me a source where I can go look this information
Hold
up at.
on. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about some black folks. Some of y'all. Okay. Here's the thing about you. All right. There's self-hate among some African Americans, some black folks. Self-hate. Okay. All right. Now you can laugh if you want to, but it's the truth. Okay. Now. Okay. You don't like anything African. Okay. You who think like that, you say, well, Africans, there's nothing positive about Africa, about what Africa has contributed to civilization. Well, that's the same mentality that so many white folks project, okay, and teach. Okay. All right. So therefore, some of you, what do? You appropriate or attempt to appropriate the culture of the Musquat, or of the Iroquois, of other native peoples or aboriginal peoples right here in North America. Okay, that's a form of self-hate. That's what it is. Okay, and many of you, you're pushing it, and you're pushing it very, very hard. People of United States, Europe, China, all of them are dealing with Africa because to maintain their economic power, they have to go through and deal with Africa. Now, what's wrong with African Americans that y'all are trying to distance yourself from Africa? I can see not too much more than self-hate.
Let me speak. It's because, second of all, I'm not an African and an African American. Okay, we are who we are, and the evidence do support it. When you look at some of the southern states like Tennessee, Carolina, the Chickamauga had went to war with a lot of these colonizers, and when they got POW'd, these particular Chickamauga, Yuchi, and other various Aboriginal tribes was classified as Negro. They was POW. They was classified. They was giving up jurisdiction, right? They sovereignty in a way was stripped away from them. So when you keep saying that there's no Aboriginals that was black here, first of all, you already admitted that they was black people here. That's not even an argument. So we're not even arguing that no more. The theme is now we got to get into collective data that supports how many indigenous blacks was here and what happened, because they got to.
Damn, he dropped off. But let me talk about you went into the cultural appropriation of indigenous. Let's talk about what white people might term as cultural appropriation of black Americans or other black people trying to culturally appropriate ancient Egypt, Carthage, the Moors, and all that kind of stuff in Africa itself.
Alquan, listen, I agree. White people have always tried to appropriate your culture. They've always tried to do that. I agree. I agree. Yeah.
No. They accuse black people trying to appropriate and steal the history of ancient Egypt and Carthage.
Well, that's
because they weren't black people. They weren't Africans.
But listen, that's because of the greatness of Egypt, the greatness of Carthage, the greatness of Hannibal of Carthage. The white people, what they will try to do, they will always try to appropriate that which is actually the greatness of black people. They will try to appropriate it unto themselves. That's what they do. Okay, they come to steal, kill, and destroy. How often do I say that?
But you accuse us of trying to appropriate
And
indigenous
you are,
culture.
and you are, and you are, and you are. You're doing what your former slave masters do. Okay, that's what you're doing.
But North Africa is controlled by white people right now.
No, North Africa is not controlled by white people right now.
They're
You
not?
ever been to North Africa? Wait a minute, hold on, Alquan. You ever been to North Africa?
Nope.
No, you haven't. Okay, I have. All
No,
right.
but
North
I
Africa,
said it's controlled
North
by white
Africa is
people.
not controlled. North Africa is not controlled by white people. Okay, America and Europeans have some level of control, just like they have
No.
anywhere.
I wasn't talking about Europeans and Americans though.
Just like they have anywhere else in the world. Okay, move on.
So I didn't mention Europeans and Americans controlling North Africa. I'm talking about people who call themselves Arabs, white people controlling North Africa.
No. Hey, wait. Have you ever had an Arab friend, Alquan?
I had a friend who said he was an Arab.
Okay, all right. Who said he was? But you weren't sure. He said he was. Okay, listen. I have. Okay, I've met Arabs. Okay, all right, and not all Arabs are white. Okay, in fact, most Arabs are dark-skinned people.
But that's why I said they call themselves Arabs.
Huh?
That's why I said these are people who call themselves Arabs that control. But the bottom line is they're white and they're running North Africa. In Mauritania.
No. Well, listen. I have no problems if good people, regardless if they're Arabs. Black. Hold on, Alquan. Alquan, no, don't start laughing. Okay, just listen. Okay. All right. I have no problem if good people control a certain area. Okay. You got some Arabs who are good. You got some who are downright dirty evil. Okay. All the years of slavery before the Portuguese came into Africa, what the Arabs did in East Africa and all was just downright evil. Okay. And you have people of different ethnicities who do evil things. You have some who do good things. Okay. Like, for example, the former president of Egypt. Okay. Gamal says, yeah, the Jews left Egypt black, but they came back white. Okay. All right. That's an Arab talking. Gaddafi was a he was in the Arab.
Hold on a second. I'm confused. How was Nasser an Arab, but he took over the Turks of Egypt?
Wait, say it again. Wait, say that again. I didn't hear the first part.
I said, how was Nasser an Arab when he took over Egypt? He took it from the Turks, who came after the Arabs.
Gamal was Arab, okay? All right, he was an Egyptian Arab. Okay, now
what does an Arab look like? A real one.
Okay. Well, look, I'm not going to go into. We already talked about Alquan. Alquan, don't be silly, okay? All right.
No. Asking educational questions is not being silly. I'm trying to gain clarification.
Listen. Don't ask me silly questions, okay? Because I just told you a minute ago. Okay, that Arabs.
Oh, you said he was Arab. So
that Arabs come in different pigmentation, and most Arabs.
How can people come in different colors?
Most Arabs are dark skinned. Okay.
But what about Bashar Assad though? He doesn't exactly look like a dark skinned Arab. He looks like a white dude.
Well, so what? What's your point?
The point is, how can you have these different people claim to be the same people?
Okay, I've told you that Arabs come in every what?
But how?
In every what? Through miscegenation, through first of all, through that. They mix. Okay?
So who's the real deal though?
You just like you mix. I mean, you could be yellow as a piece of paper. We wouldn't know because you never show your face, Alquan. Okay.
But I'll tell you what I do show though, Mr. West. I drop the knowledge.
We wouldn't know. No, whatever. The point is you don't show your face. We don't even see your face right now. Okay. All right. Now, okay. But the point is, and I don't know, this doesn't even, okay, but the point is that there are some good leaders. Muammar Gaddafi was a good leader, okay, in Libya, a good leader. All right, you're laughing, but I'm sure you don't know hardly anything about that.
No, I know a whole lot about him. Believe me.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead. Tell me about him. Okay, Alphonse.
Well, he tried to take over Chad. That's number one. He tried to merge with Sudan. They didn't want it. He tried to merge with Egypt. They didn't want it. He tried to defect from the Arab League. And that was just, he was just trying to call their bluff. And then they said, no, stay together. Stay together. He never left. He was trying to call everything he did for Africa, he was trying to do it for the so-called Arabs first. And then they laughed at him, rejected him. So he went to the Africans and said, okay, here's what we're going to do. They needed the money, so they turned sucker and fell for it.
Okay,
and
tell me this, Alquan. Tell me this, Alquan. Tell me this, Alquan. How and what did Muammar Gaddafi contribute to Africa?
He kept his country an Arab country. That's number one. If you want to call that a contribution,
that's not true. But go ahead. What did he contribute?
What do you mean it's not true? You realize aside from Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, I'm going to get there. I'm getting there.
No, you listen. Ask the question. What did he contribute? Muammar Gaddafi.
Yeah, that's what I'm answering.
The continent of Africa. Tell me.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm answering. That's what I got to get there. I can't say it in one word.
Okay, so, all right, fine. Okay, take the time.
He kept his country in the Arab League, which is an external force from Africa. His name, his country at the time, I don't think it's the name now. It was called the Arab Jamhuriya Republic of Libya, which is a clear declaration of where he stood. He tried, like I said, he tried to invade, try to take over Chad.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait. You haven't answered the question, Alquan. What did Libya contribute to Africa? What?
Oh, but this is a part of that's part of the answer I'm giving you. No,
you're not giving me the answer. You're giving me what you started.
I'm giving you my answer. You try to give me your answer.
Hold on. Let me tell you what you're giving me. Okay, you're giving me how you believe and think that Muammar Gaddafi was detrimental to Africa. Okay,
or from the Arab perspective, he that's how he contributed to Africa.
I'm asking you, what Muammar Gaddafi do that was good and great for Africa? What? Name one thing. Okay, by your silence.
Let's see. He declared. I'm speaking now. I'm trying to get it. I guess from your perspective, I guess you might say that he declared Libya as an African nation. I guess that was positive, right?
No. I
know what you want to hear, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it because I don't think that was positive.
Okay, Libya was already an African nation. All right, now, let me just tell you. You said you know all about Libya and everything. Okay, all right, no, but you don't apparently. Okay,
actually, I do. I do.
No, hold on.
I'm just not biased.
All you know apparently are the Western talking points.
No, I know the rest. I know your talking points, but I didn't want to mention those.
I'm not done. Oh no! You had your opportunity. Alquan. You are pontificating the Western talking points of and about Libya and about Gaddafi. That's what you're doing. All right. Now let me tell you the truth. Okay. Let me tell you the truth. In 1969, Libya was one of the poorest nations in the world. Gaddafi took over through a coup. It was a bloodless coup. He took over from the King Idris. King Idris was a puppet of the British Empire. Okay,
was that a white dude?
Just listen, okay. Just listen. I don't want you digressing or deflecting or anything. I want you to listen because this is PhD time. Okay, it's learning time. Okay, because obviously you don't know. Okay, all right. Now you know what Hillary Clinton would teach you. Okay, now so what happened was Gaddafi took over. Under Gaddafi, he moved Libya from bottom in the world to number 51 on the Human Development Index of all 200 plus nations in the world. Number 51. What he did in Libya, he made education, college education, all the way through school, college, universities free. They could go to college in Libya or anywhere in the world, and it would be paid for by the government. He also provided free health care for all Libyans. He also
They also had race riots in Libya too.
Hold on. You had your opportunity. All right, because you didn't know. Okay, now it's learning time. Okay, all right. So what he also did, he paid for $350 million to China to put an African satellite into orbit, which brought down very dramatically the cost of phone calls and telecommunications for Africans in Africa and around the world. So when you call to Africa and everything now, you don't have to be paying the Europeans a whole lot of money, because it was all being channeled through the Europeans before. They were making all this money off black folks, Africans. Okay, so now he also built what became known as like one of the 8th wonders of the world, the Great Man-Made River, turning much of the deserts in Egypt into a blossoming land with the Great Man-Made River that he built in Libya. Okay, he also provided money and arms to South Africa to fight against apartheid, which Nelson Mandela thanked Muammar Gaddafi for. Muammar Gaddafi was also the first one who mentioned the term of establishing a United States of Africa backed by African gold. Okay, African gold. Okay, so these are just some of the things about Muammar Gaddafi as to what he did to help and help move Africa along. Now, you mentioned in a negative way, you mentioned Chad. Okay, you mentioned Chad. Well, let me tell you something. The French wanted to take out Libya, and the French, the Chadians were all in bed with the French, all in bed with them. So lo and behold, now this was years before, but in 2011, lo and behold, who's leading the charge, the military charge against Muammar Gaddafi in Libya? Oh, none other than the French. But yet you promote a policy of someone like a Hillary Clinton, okay, who says that Libya is this, Libya is the devil, Libya is this, Libya is against black people, Libya is, okay, that's all propaganda nonsense, Alquan.
Now, I wish you could put up a vigorous defense like this for your own people, but apparently that's not possible. But I'll tell you this.
Now you just talking. You just talking.
But
you just got schooled, okay? You
but
just got schooled. Okay.
Well, listen, how could he be for Africa if his country is in the Arab League? Just like Somalia, they're in the Arab League too.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you something. Muammar Gaddafi was a part of the African Union. Libya was a part of the African Union. Libya is, in fact, Muammar Gaddafi
in the Arab League as well.
Hold on. You running your mouth, okay? But I've already shown that you don't know mostly what you're talking about. Muammar Gaddafi, yeah, laugh, Muammar Gaddafi had left the Arab League, okay? Left it, all right?
No, he didn't leave it. He didn't leave it. He threatened to leave it. He never left it, though.
That's one reason why Qatar and some of the other Arab countries helped NATO in 2011 to overthrow Libya. That's one.
No, he never left. He just threatened to leave.
No, he left it.
No, he threatened to leave because he was trying to play their hand.
No, he left the Arab League.
No, they talked to Algeria. I remember the article. Algeria talked them into staying. They said, we need you.
All right. It didn't end there. It did not end there. Okay. Libya was
Trust me, man. You talk about PhDs. I already got mine. Trust me.
Libya was a central part of the African Union. A central part. And there was one.
They were trying to become a central part of the Arab League, but he was totally ignored. They didn't care about the guy.
Muammar Gaddafi had a problem with the United States, with Saudi Arabia, and just like Saddam Hussein did, with Saudi Arabia and others establishing those military bases in those Arab countries. Muammar Gaddafi, what was it, 2006, maybe been 1 year at the Arab League in Syria, he spoke and he said, look, you're allowing these American military bases to be put in your country, and then they use these military bases to overthrow your neighbor, and later they'll come after me. Okay, all these things. Okay, and then what did the king of Saudi Arabia say to Muammar Gaddafi? He says, the grave awaits you. Okay, all right. Hey, look.
Hey, regardless, North Africa is still ruled by white people.
That's my wheelhouse. Okay, so we'll drop that. What's your next question?
You give
What's your
good
next
sources when it comes to this political shit. I wish you give just as many sources when it comes to your history fallacies that you spoke
What
on.
source? Wait. Hold on a minute here, brother. Aboriginal. Okay. All right. I'm the source. I'm the source. Okay. I did not. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
Since you the
Did
source,
I quote? Wait.
hold on.
Did I quote anything with what I just said? No, I didn't.
Show me the primary.
Why? Because I was living and looking and experiencing it. I saw it. I heard it. Okay? I saw it. Okay? So sometimes you can.
That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on your fallacies of history that you quoted, such as Africans coming over here via slave ships and selling before the white man and all this. We asked you for sources, you haven't gave it.
That's not a fallacy. That's not a fallacy. Your ancestors came here on most of you came here on slave ships. Okay. All right, fine. You can believe that if you want to. You can believe it if you want to.
It's not about believe. Right. It's about what the data supports.
AP, I'm back. I got my computer. I just want to show T West something real quick.
T West is
got to go now.
I know you're about to. I know you. Real quick before you check out, can you guys give me?
Listen, I've got 10 more minutes. I've given you 2 hours, and that's that. You know, okay. All right.
Here we go. All right. Here we go. Look.
Go. And we appreciate you for that, brother.
Okay. All right. Okay. So let me see something real quick. Where the fuck my picture go? Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to where T West. Swat this fucking. Oh, all right, here you go, right here. All right, so what you look? Can you see the picture you see in front of you?
I can't. No,
I don't see a picture.
Click on my screen. I mean, hold up. Maybe. I think you want to have to tap on my screen. You don't see me sharing nothing?
No.
Nope.
All right, you can see it now. And I'm sharing it now. All right, I'm sharing it now. All right, so look. Do you see this picture right here? Can you see it now? You can see it now. You can see the picture now, right?
Now I can see the picture. Go ahead.
Right, so these are your Pequot Indians. These would be the descendants of the first people who was enslaved that was enslaved in Connecticut, right? So now look, do you see any of these people? You see one white person in here, right? But do any of these people look like Mongoloids?
I did not say that any of them were Mongoloids. Okay,
but asking you a question. This is a whole black tribe.
Hold on. I'm answering your question.
Okay, go ahead.
I did not say that the Pequots were Mongoloids. I did not say that. Now, what I see in the picture. Now, okay, I'm going to tell you what I see in the picture, which you did not ask me. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I see in the picture. I see people in that picture with different phenotypes. I see that. Now go ahead, continue on.
Okay, so all right, we could pick the two people out with the different phenotypes, right? Let's take these two people out. Everybody else on this page is a Negro. Let's take it's two people. So look, let's count. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's 17 it's 17 people in total on this picture, and 2 of them are noticeably, one could be a mulatto, one is definitely a European. Out of the 17, out of the rest of them, all of them, out of the 15 people, all of them are Negroes. Do you see any?
I think you messing up, man.
Who messing up? Who that?
You accidentally let me in your show.
Who is that?
I guess he made a mistake. Now go on.
Come on here, move on now. I've got about 5 more minutes to go here.
All right, so I gotta go. I'm just asking you. Are these what we consider the Pequots, right? The Pequot Indians, right?
Those are the Pequots. Yeah.
Okay, so they're the Pequots. So, but these would be classed when they leave off their Indian reservation. They would be classified as Negroes, right?
No, not necessarily. No. Okay. So so if you were to see some of them walking down the street,
none of them look like Native Americans, brother. Let's stop it.
You would probably say that those are not Native Americans, depending on what they're dressed in. Okay. But that's not true of everybody. Everybody wouldn't say that or wouldn't think that. But go ahead.
All right, so this is the first tribe that they enslaved. And they're still black. We don't see no Mongoloids in them. So that would lead me, and like I said, I could pull up the Nassau Garrett, I could pull up the Mohegans, I could pull up the Wapanaki. All of these tribes were the original tribes that was there. You do not see no Mongoloid present in them. Only thing you see is white people who probably mixed in with them. So when I'm trying to tell you in 1619, if these what the people look like that was there that didn't come from Africa, that means that black people, they didn't die from no diseases.
Okay, hold on, because I only got about 4 minutes left now. Let me ask you this question. Just
Sure.
like you just said, and it's true, that some white people mixed in with this tribe right here. Would you also say and conclude that maybe just perhaps some black people also mixed in with this tribe?
What is the original people of the tribe? You have to show me. None of them look funny.
No, that is not the question. The question is,
Mixed in
you
with
made
what?
a statement. Hold on. You made a statement.
Okay,
you made a statement.
Yeah.
That white people mixed in with this tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And my question to you, don't you also think that maybe perhaps even some black people would have mixed in with this tribe too?
What tribe? So what was the original people look like? If they mixed in with somebody? Listen.
You asking me.
I am asking. Right. I'm not going to argue with you. Right.
You asking me a question, and I've asked you a question, and I expect an answer from you. Okay. Then the right process would be, after I get an answer from you, which is a yes or no, then I go to your question. That's the way to do it.
Okay, because you know what? Why I'm gonna tell you no is because for these people to have mixed in with this tribe, you will have to show me what an original Indian looked like. And you can't find them. Now, hold up. Before I'm gonna go back to the original page I was at and show you the rest of the people in the tribe. Right? I'm gonna show you the rest of the people in the tribe, right?
Okay. But your answer is faulty, very, very faulty.
How is it faulty?
Because we know. Wait a minute. We know that they're on that East Coast, that other blacks mixed in with the tribe, regardless.
But what did the tribes look like?
Hold on. We know that it happened, regardless of whether the tribe was black or not. You still have that mixture happening.
Okay.
You had
it. So you're saying the mixture. So you're saying that the mixture came from that they mixed in with some other black Indians. That's what you're saying. You're saying it's possible that because look.
No, I am not saying that. I am saying that they mixed in with other blacks, not other Indians per se. Okay, I'm saying that they mixed in with other blacks. I am not prefacing whether they were a native blacks or not native blacks. I am not indicating that. You had blacks at that time. In the 1600s, 1619, even before that, you had blacks who were over here when the Europeans came. Blacks who were free, actually.
Okay, but what we saying, but what we playing with is the fact that we're saying that these black people died and they brought over more. We saying that these black people died and they brought over Africans. That's what we're not going to, because if they didn't die, then that would make us a them. See, no.
What I'm saying to you is this: some of those Native American peoples were killed off. Some of them, even among that particular tribe, some of them were shipped off into the Caribbean. Okay, some of them. All right. Now that's a reality. That is what happened. You had mixing happening at that time with whites, Europeans, and with other blacks who had come over when the Europeans came over before slavery. Okay, you had mixture.
Okay, so question. So the source that I gave you when Columbus came here, the so-called Indians or the Tainos that he enslaved, or the Arawaks that he enslaved, and when he took them back to Seville, Spain, they're calling them Negro de terrorists, Negroes from the new land, right? Okay, so I mean, so he's telling you it's Negro. Now, this is the painting of the Saint Mary the Good One, right? This is the painting when Columbus went back to Europe of the Indians that he took over there with him, right? This is the actual painting. Now, if you go to Jack Forbes' book on page 29, or page. It started on page 27 of so-called Africans and Native Americans, right? These are the Indians, right? I don't know if you can even see this picture right here, but these are these people are Afro.
I hope that picture pops up here quickly because my time is up.
It's not up there.
Okay, I don't see the picture.
You don't see the picture?
Nope.
I don't know. Maybe it's a little delayed. I don't know why it's not showing. Let me see something. It should be up there. You don't see my screen is not sharing at all. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't see it.
There you go. It just went up there. It just was up there. Look, hold up. There you go, right here. So this is can you see it now, T West? I mean, let me go back out and shrink it.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it.
This picture is St. Mary the Good one. This is the picture when they went back to Spain. These are the so-called Arawaks that they took from here. Now, to go along with this, I got articles that they find the Negro skulls in Cuba. They found them in mounds in Jamaica and the Virgin Island. So we got all of the sources that besides Lucia, they found 81 skulls in Brazil that dates back to 12,000 years. Okay, and they're playing around with us saying, oh, they're either Australian or Black Africans. Black Africans don't even look like Australians. So we know that they wasn't Australians.
Well, look, my time's up here. But let me say this. As I said, there were Black people here before white people arrived. Okay? There were different pigmentation of people here before Europeans arrived. Okay, now, but for you all, and I'm going to say this and I got to go, for you all to conclude that all of you were already here and you did not come over here on your ancestors on slave ships, that is disingenuous. So, but I thank Brother Aboriginal for the invite to his program. And also those of you who chimed in. So, but I've got to go right now. I've been on this for over 2 hours now, so I've got to go.
No doubt.
All right.
Thanks for your time, brother. Definitely thank for your time. Hopefully you come back and we could just provide some more, like show you some more sources and everything. But definitely thanks for coming through, bro.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, T West, and you know Muhammad lost, T West, so stop it.
All right, take care.
All right, peace, brother.
Peace.
Yeah, so that, that's it right there in a nutshell, man.
He lacks sources. He lacks sources.
That's he parroting what we already heard. See, that's what most of these people do. They parrot the same thing and they use the same. Oh well, it was Black people here, but how the fuck did the Africans survive then? Oh, they took. Bro, stop it. You have shamans here already. You had shamans here. You understand what I'm saying? All of them didn't. Dragon Canoe didn't die from when he caught the measles, which is Tukensum. He didn't die, which is the leader of the Chickamauga. He had the mumps and he had the markings on his face, and he ain't died from it. So what we're told is it was Black people here, but what their explanation is, they died though. They died from diseases, and then they brought Africans here that was on a ship for he said a month. Okay, a month is still a long time to be sitting in biomatter. One day is a long time. Just imagine one of the stinkiest bathrooms you ever been in. You understand? One of the stinkiest bathrooms. Just imagine going into Exxon or you pulling over to the fucking a damn gas station that got a Mart in it or whatever, and you go in one of them bathrooms and it's shit all over the toilet. It's all over the place, right? So just imagine sitting in there, laying down in there for a whole week.
Right, and period blood. And just in case, if you do want to say they had barrels of fresh water, imagine what that water gonna turn into with all them feces and I mean, come on, man. Let's just be real about this. We already showed a journal showing that, most historians nowadays know that shit is a myth. So, but he don't want to bring any sources. He contradicted himself numerous of times.
Man said he's the source.
He clearly said that DNA did not connect to a landmass. And then he went and just had to find a way to say it I mean, let's just be real, man. The guy's not ready. You know, he definitely got to do more research on his own and more, you know, factual primary evidence sources. You know what I'm saying? He just, evidently he went everywhere he went to, he went there sleep. You know what I'm saying? You scared to explain your own name, but you steady asking us, well, who speaks the original language? You can't even tell us what Afri means. I mean, let's just be real about it.
So I think he asked that question about language because he think that's the hardest question to answer.
Yeah.
And it's, you know.
But Africans don't even speak their language. And like I said, look, we were speaking our language, but guess what happened? We shame most of our elders who can't read and write. Right. So the ones that couldn't read and write, who still, because you can still, a friend of mine, his father is Gitchy or supposedly Gitchy or whatever, right? And this nigga get drunk, he be talking that shit, bro. I've literally heard him talk this shit, and my man, they didn't know what he was talking about. They'd be like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they'd say he Gitchy or whatever, right? But when he get drunk, he's like, he used to be talking this shit, and they didn't know what the fuck he used to be saying. And he couldn't read or write, but he was a successful business owner. You understand what I'm saying? But the whole thing of it is this, bro. We sit up here talking about what people still got their languages. The whole thing was assimilation. They made you assimilate into these tribes. They made you assimilate into the United States. So therefore, you lost it. What do you think the Institute for Colored Children was, which is AKA Black colleges? What do you think that shit was for? What do you think that was for? That was a deprogramming school. Well, go ahead. What you gonna say, Aquan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, these guys don't, they try to pull these juvenile tricks, but yet when you look at Australian Aborigines, how many they don't speak their original language,
Everywhere. That's right.
Conquerors come and then they want to beat down the people who had the land. That's what it's all about, man. Mm-hmm. That's why they try to detach us from our heritage and try to put us with some African stuff,
and most of
it's all about the land.
But most of Africans in Africa speak a foreign language. Most of the names that these African countries are called are not even fucking African. They don't even know what an African word is. Because you got 52 countries or all different people who all speak different shit. So you don't even know what an African is, because there is no combination. There is no combination of anything dealing with Africa.
Yep. That's all a Pan-African BS. Yeah, I consider T. West, a pseudo Pan-African, just like that Muhammad guy. These guys come with the BS, man. I mean, and they just continue to lie. That's what cracks me up the most. That's why I kind of like springing traps for these people so they can't escape.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. That's what
I said. When it comes to these type of discussions, that's what you're going to get. And I realize that they're not going to give you no sources. They'll say a bunch of shit that sound good that they heard throughout their time studying Afrocentric shit, like Egyptians sailed over here 3000 BC. There's no data that supports that.
And the people that was here didn't fight them or didn't try to run them off the land. They was able to come all the way inland and go all the way to the Grand Canyon. And none of these tribes that was here was hostile to fight them.
Yeah, the Africans came here and went to the Grand Canyon. No, they didn't. There's no evidence to support that argument.
The only evidence there is that to support it is by telling you the people who look like this wasn't from here. That's the only evidence to support it, because now they had to come from Africa because the people here are not black. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole fuckery in it all. Is to say that to establish the point of what this people of this landmass look like. So anytime we find things that of people who don't look like the Mongoloids, then we can say that if they look like Negroid, then more likely they came from Africa.
Correct. And they can never prove the African connection that we come from Africa. They only take the white man's word for it.
Mm-hmm.
You ask for evidence, they can't pull it up. Mm-hmm. Slave logs, slave ships. Oh, the ships got eaten by the salt. All
and you don't even know
stuff
these slave
where the evidence is lost.
But listen to this too, right? These slave laws could be white people coming here, bro. They ain't got no color.
Yep.
They ain't got no color. They ain't and we don't. They not identify. They only identify the slaves when you look into the new census, because they got a census that they redid, and then they would show you that the slaves. They would show you all the slaves. Now, like I said, you go in all these different states, right? You could go to Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana, Chicago, Detroit. All of these states had Indians that was enslaved, bro. But when you go to the census, you cannot. Well, according to their history, this is what they're saying. But when you go on a census, the only slaves there is, they counting as black people. So that, bro, that's the first shit I peeped out. That's the first thing I peeped out. So you was enslaving people in all these states, and you ain't got no records for them, but you got records for the so-called black slaves. And then on top of that, we got books. Michael Hoffman, they was white and they were slaves. He tell you in the fucking 1700s there was absolutely no black slaves. All slaves here was white. Now I'm not going to sit there and cold-heartedly, because I gotta remember. I still keep my mind state. But is there got to be some truth in what he's saying, because he sounds too convinced and too confident in what he's saying. And then to take the word slave and to understand what the word slave means. See, we gotta use these definitions in the proper context. We can't use these definitions outside of the proper content, because even when you look up the word, if they teach you that the only slaves was black people, so when you look up the word slave, then I should see, a black man from Africa. No.
Right.
No. It don't say that. It says originally from Slavs. Who the Slav? Oh, the Slavic people was the Europeans. Oh, okay. So the many Slavs sold by conquering people, the word slave came from. Okay, all right. So then when you go further down, what it tell you? It tells you the entrailment of the whole people. Matter of fact, you know what? Fuck it. We got a little time. Fuck it. Man, he paid do a bill. Let me see. Let me just pull it up real quick so we can just look at it. We ain't got to sit here. And I'm going to pull the Michael Hoffman video up so we can listen. You can listen to a little. It's only a couple of minutes in or whatever. It ain't nothing heavy. Like, it's just a couple minutes into the conversation, right? But
that's what I always tell people, man. I say, if the word for slave comes from Slav, I mean, what does that tell you? Who must have been the main slaves?
And then you look at but that's what I'm trying to say, right? But then, so to go along with the definition, you gotta have the people too, right? So let's pull up the people too, just so we can just have this as just for the simple ones, right? Because the simple ones is listening and they want to know, right? They want to know too, right? They want to know what the Slavic. So if I don't see no motherfucking Africans or black people up here, then I know that the whole history we've been lied to. And when I look at these records, I don't know if these white people or black people. Sorry, I don't know. Okay, look. So these is what they say the Slavs look like. To me, there is no difference from these people.
You sharing the screen because I don't see it.
All right. Oh, my bad. I think I stopped it. Hold up. I think I stopped it. All right. Here we go right here. So you familiar with the etymology online, Alquan?
A little bit.
You should download it. You should download it because this should be coming up in a minute.
Because they'll change it up, I guess.
Yeah, it takes a second for it to come kicking. I don't know. It's doing that today for some. It's raining up here.
You know what I noticed though, man? I noticed when you told T West that you'll be home in a little while. I noticed that's when my man started saying, I ain't got too much time left.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, but you know what though? Listen, I'm like I told T West. Look, bro, T West did an excellent breakdown of the Michael Brown. He do some good research, but when it comes to this shit right here, I don't listen to that shit. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I've been listening to T West for years, man. You understand what I'm saying? But like I said, I derive my information from all sources, and I can't be biased because some of them might be a white supremacist who give you your research. But if you so biased towards these people and you can't be taught, then you ain't going to pay no attention to them, right?
I'm gonna tell you this before you start. Some white supremacists, I was arguing with them online on some white supremacist website. They even took me to school on something that I had to come to the realization. I said, God damn, I didn't know that. They educated me on original white Greeks, that is, and original Roman Latins were redheaded and blondes only. I didn't know that before. And then I looked, I said, God damn it, that is what it is. So they ain't lying on that point.
But then you gotta ask yourself, you gotta take this into consideration. The white people was not no Romans and Greeks 1,000 years ago, bro. Or 500 years. 500 years ago, the white people wasn't Roman and Greeks. They did what they did all around the world, ethnic cleanse, bro, and move people from the original people and push them down into Africa, man. That's what I'm assuming. That's what I'm starting to think, right? So look, slave, late, because look, Alquan, look at this. Let me show you something real quick, right? Let me show you something real fucking quick. So just so you can understand this, right? This is a drawing, right? Look, and we're gonna read the caption of it. I'm not even gonna freestyle. Can you see the picture?
Oh yeah, I know that one. But anybody could have drawn that, right? That's what they say.
Okay, but why would anybody draw it is the question. Why would they play around with you like this, right? But whatever it says this. It says Surfaraz DL Ray, right? In Alfama district. View of a square with the King's Fountain in Lisbon. Dutch painting 1570-80. A close-up of a man who appears to be the King of Portugal. The king wears the cross, the Order of Santiago, that's who Cortez and Columbus came under. You know what I'm saying? That's who they came here under, because you see that, right? It says St. James Greater. It's saying under the banner. Let's go down. It's saying, I'm sorry, hold on, let me hide this. It's saying under the banner with Christians begin in the 9th century to combat and drive back the Moors and Muslims from Iberian Peninsula. So you saying the Moors and Muslims. So what would this motherfucker be at that point in time? But look, there's more black people. You see black people all fucking over in here, bro. You see this? Now, he look bigger than the rest of these people, my dude. Now, like I said, what they say, there's truth in fiction, right? That's what they say, right? Because all fiction is derived from fact, right? So why would this black man at that time be riding around free like that? Since these people hated you. Because listen, when you look in the 1900s, Jim Crow, we think Jim Crow been going on since 1619 here, and that's bullshit. It could not have been going on like that. See, that's what you got to get out your mind. And then you got to, okay. So understand this too. Let's say Jim Crow was going on like that the whole time, right? So how the fuck you got all these free black people? Why the white good old boys ain't come, lynch them, and hang them up and take their money? Why William Ellison in 1860 owned more slaves in the South than anybody? And this is a fucking fact, and no one wants to talk about this shit. Why he owned more slaves in the motherfucking South? What stopped the good old boys from going taking his shit like you seen in the 1900s? Because when you see that fucking documentary, what's the documentary in the 1800s with the KKK?
I don't know.
The one they showed in the White House.
Birth of a Nation.
What was the name? Birth of a Nation. Exactly. Birth of a Nation. That's when you fucking started seeing this shit. And after they took down the Freeman Banks, because how the hell slaves own $50 million, my dude? In 1870, 1860. So in 10 years, they was able to work and get that much money after we heard they was being oppressed all this time. Just think about the history that they tell us, man. When you see roots, these people bought here, they're enslaved for lifetime. Ain't no and everything outside of that plantation, all the people discriminate against them and hate them. And we're gonna lynch that nigga and all this, that, and the third. But you got free black people walking around who obviously free, who was never slaves or whatever. And at the same token, these niggas thinking like something else was going on here that we don't know about. Because ain't nobody going to take the time to go grab nobody, bring them over here, and then set them free and let them excel higher than them if they were so fucking superior and empowered.
Yep.
You got to think about it, right? That's
it's just like Roots, Solomon Northrop, they make it appear as if, you know, if you're a slave and you're black, you can't escape. Even if you try to escape the plantation just because of being black, you're going to be identified and captured by somebody, you know?
That's right. And then so think about that. So how you got the first black judge in 1759, bro? And a white man showed you that, Glenn Beck. He showed you that. You know what I'm saying? How you got the first black judge in 1959? These people were so damn racist or whatever. How did you even come up like that? Because I would think that all the positions would be held, because all of that shit is a lie. That's Reconstruction is what they did after Birth of a Nation. I'm telling you, because that's the only thing it could be. That's the only thing it could be, man, because none of this shit make no sense. None of it.
The only other thing I'd add, probably throw in some Freemasonry too, you know?
But the Freemasonry started when? It started when? It started with what's my man name?
Pike.
Albert Pike. But guess what? Albert Pike was a Cherokee leader. Albert Pike was a mulatto, bro. Albert Pike was look. Let's pull up a picture of Albert Pike, bro. Albert Pike was a motherfucking mulatto, bro. Straight the fuck up. Look. Straight up he was. And the other nigga in Russia that made what's that shit in Russia they had? Something like communism or something like that, right?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Marxism. Karl Marx.
Karl Marx, exactly. Look. This nigga was a mulatto, my dude. Straight up. You might not think it. You might not could look at it or whatever.
Now with Karl Marx, I damn sure see that.
Karl Marx. And look, that's right. Now look, Karl Marx, right? So, let me see. Karl Marx. All them niggas is mulattoes, bro. Look at Karl Marx. Look at him. Motherfucking mulatto, bro. Trust and believe.
Yeah, that's why when you see, I always say, if white people don't have red hair or yellow hair, they're not real. They mix.
You like who? What'd you say, AP? So look, why AP? I don't know if he muted his mic, right? So it say late 13th century. Person who is of chattel or property of another, right? So it say from Old French, right? 13th century, right? From medieval Latin, okay? It say slave, right? It say source also of Italian and French and Spanish, right? Originally Slav. So let's see Slav, right? So when you go to Slav, it tells you this is the real definition, right? Because it say so used in the secondary. So the first dairy would be slave, right? Or Slavic. The secondary sense because of the so many slaves or Slavic sold into slavery by conquering people. Now check this out, right? Let's go ahead. Shout out to my brother Coda, man. All right. Look, it says the oldest written history of the Slavs can be shortly summarized. The myriad of slave hunts and the entrailment. What the fuck do entrailment means, man? Look, the entrailment. Let's click on entrailment. Just for people. Let's look the word up. Because I'm not even sure on it. See, normally, you know, Google be having the shit on a damn screen, right? Let me see something. I'm going to click on this one. This one look like a simple one. I could have put it right back in the etymology, but I'm gonna come back and put it in there again, right? So let's see what they give us here. They say here are all possible meanings of the translation. Where's the fucking definition at? It says the act of entrailing or a state of being entrailed, right? That's what it says, right? It say the act of entrailment. Nah, this ain't good enough right here. I'm gonna go back to the etymology dictionary and we could look back at it on that one. But look, it says the entrailment of the entire people. The entire people, right? So was the entire continent of Africa enslaved?
Oh, definitely not.
Okay, then. All right. All right. So the entrailment of the entire people, right? It say, look, the slaves was the most prized of human goods. It's saying with increased strength outside his marshy land, hardened with the utmost against privation, industrious, content with little and good humor and cheerful, right? It's saying he filled the slave markets of where? Of Europe, Asia, and Africa, right?
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Right? It says it must be remembered that for every Slavic slave who reached his destination, at least 10 succumbed to inhuman treatment during the transportation. Now, ain't that what they tell us here in America?
Yep.
Right? Ain't that why? Oh, the numbers was 100 million. The sharks used to follow the ships. It was 100 million people. Right?
I always tell people that's why I like bringing up that Bashar Assad, because you want to talk about somebody who's got the Slavic type of look, who probably descended from slaves. Is probably him and his family, you know.
Hey. But that's what I'm saying. Listen, the Slavic is all the Europeans, brother. See, what they would try to do is try to tell you, oh no, they're trying to tell you the Germans wasn't Slavics. The Germans were Slavics too, bro. All of them were Slavics, my dude. All of them. And yo, man, yo, I'm just telling you, the history is sick, man. I don't know if it's that one. I don't think it's that one. I think it's this other one. Let me see.
A lot of people don't realize people change history because shit, they took over. So obviously they want to change it around to favor themselves, you know?
It's this one right here. Let me see something. Hold up. Is he reading? Nah, I want to hear Michael Hoffman version. I just want you to hear this part, what he says real quick. Let me see. Where the fuck is the book at? I think it's this one. Might be this one right here. Let me see.
Author of 4 books, numerous newsletters. He's also a researcher. Mike Hoffman, you have written a controversial book about they were white and they were slaves. How did you come to write this book?
Well, originally I came across a book on white servitude in Virginia by a man named J.C. Bala, and I became very intrigued by his idea that white servitude was not limited to this juvenile kind of sophomoric notion that's pushed in high school, that persons of white background who were put into so-called indentured servitude had a very privileged type of bondage, and that that bondage was very temporary, and then it was ended after a period of 4 or 7 years, and they re-entered the ruling class and went about the job of exploiting black people. J.C. Bala, it's a very thin book of about 100 pages, I believe, raised the point that there were some aspects of white servitude that were consonant with slavery. And so that raised a red flag in my mind. Bala is deceased. It was an older book from, I believe, the 1930s, circa 1930s. And it stimulated something inside of me to say, if one man could say this, maybe others have said it.
No, of course, this kind of white indentured labor is nothing new to Europeans, because in the former Soviet Union or under Tsars in Russia, people basically were serfs. Serfs were tantamount to white slaves. Is there a difference?
There is a difference, I think, in the sense that in Russia, serfdom was very much a formal codified institution. In fact, there were two forms of serfdom. One was the bondage to the land, and the other was part of the formal Russian bureaucracy, which existed inside the government and had a tremendous record-keeping process. So there was a difference in terms of serfdom itself within Russia. But of course, in the larger sense of were these people slaves, and by slaves, I define it as lifetime bondage, bondage unto death. Yes, they were. And I think it's astute of you to say that this is nothing new because, of course, enslavement of all people in all races has always been a phenomenon in history. We can go back to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, where there was always a slave class comprised of white people as well as of other races. We find this in the sections of the Icelandic and Viking sagas in terms of the phrase thrall. You know, nowadays we say you're enthralled to someone. They have a mental power over you. In that era, it meant a physical power over you. And of course, the Bible.
He just said it. It's enthrallment. I was saying enthrallment. He just said what the definition of the word is. You heard it, Alquan?
Yep.
Contrary to what humanistic misinterpreters of Christianity have alleged, the Bible fully sanctions enslavement. We have had a mistranslation of the King James Bible, which says, servants, be faithful unto your masters in Ephesians. But in the original Greek, it says, or connotes, the word would be the Latin servus, which means slave. Slaves, be faithful unto your masters. So there is no New Testament or Old Testament prohibition against slavery. In the Old Testament, the prohibition is one of qualification, which is to say, if you are an Israelite, if you are a believer in the one true God of the Hebrews, then you can only be a bondsman to a fellow Hebrew for 7 years. Anything beyond 7 years in the eyes of the ancient Israelites was kidnapping. And that law was brought over to New England in the 17th century because the Puritans tried to keep the Old Testament law in that regard. But in the New Testament, in terms of enslaving people of a non-Christian Israelite background, I don't see that there was any limitation to that. Bringing you up through the Middle Ages, through the thraldom of the Icelandic era and so forth, we also have the Vikings conducting really a international trade in the the capture and enslavement of white people, Irish.
So if he's saying that the Vikings was enslaving white people, what color you think the Vikings was?
What'd you say?
He said the Vikings, look, hold up.
Norwegians, the Danes with Norwegian of white people, Irish, the capture and enslavement of white people, Irish, Norwegians, the Danes would capture the Norwegians in battle and sell them. And actually, there became a capital along the coast of Spain where the Vikings would meet with Arab slavers and sell whites that they had captured and raided to Arabia. And so you have that. And then also in the Middle Ages, you have a phrase that's very interesting in terms of modern usage called villanage or villains, Villeins, which would have been a French Carolinian term and then became anglicized as our modern day bad guy, villain, Villain. And what I found in the course of my research is there was a persistent demonization of poor white people. In other words, in many eras in white society, if you were poor, it was tantamount to being a criminal. And that criminalization was then a connotation for making you a slave. And this slavery, by the way, this villanage, even was hereditary. In the chronicles that I read and the accounts that I read, there was a almost biological taint on children of parents who had been white slaves or villains. So to summarize, I would say that the enslavement of whites, far from being a very brief period in the annals of time was in fact the universal experience of whites. So now we come to the modern period and we have this absurd stereotype which denotes black skin with servitude. And it's absurd. It's a folly. So I'm bringing the good news to black people that they are not of any more of a slave race than whites have been. And I'm also bringing good news to white people to say, you don't owe anybody anything. At least not the majority of white people don't. Perhaps the British aristocracy does. Perhaps those who were the heirs of codifying and institutionalizing
his bottom line right there.
slavery in the United States are. However, they were a lot more politic about how they codified it, because in many of the New England rules and regulations for servitude, it would say that this had to be biblical. It had to be limited to 7 years. And that's where we hear in our high school history classes, when they give their minute and a half to the subject, they'll say, well, you can't compare white bondage to black slavery because the whites didn't do very difficult work and the enslavement was all over with within 7 years. No way. There were many loopholes and abuses of that law. As you and I know, there can be a law on a piece of paper. That doesn't mean that that's what's lived or brought into action. And for example, if you were a white slave and you did work that was unsuitable, or if you tried to run away, how were they penalized? In some cases by whippings, very onerous whippings. I have found accounts of almost fatal doses of whippings. There's been the recent firestorm of hysteria about this Jewish teenager who was to be caned in Singapore. I believe it was 7 cane strokes, and he was ultimately administered 4. But white slaves had to endure hundreds of lashes, and many of them died of that. But another way of penalizing them was to add time onto their length of service. If you ran away a day, that was a month of additional service. If you ran away for a month, that was a year of additional service. If you stole from your master, that could be months of additional service. If you had a corrupt master and the courts of Assize listened more to the master than they did to you, he could have all kinds of trumped up charges against you, as happened in the Caribbean and as happened in the United States and the tobacco plantations. And it meant that in reality, it boiled down to a lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures.
No. Were these people allowed to marry and have children?
No. A white woman who had a child out of wedlock because she was not allowed to marry. So any child she did have would be out of wedlock. If it was a male child, that child became a slave until the age of majority. And the age of majority was 21 for males. And a female issue from that woman would be a slave unto that woman's master until the white child was 18.
Nah, like I said, man, I mean, it's a lot of stuff with this history. We just can't sit here and say one thing is one thing to this history. We gotta, when you really research, like I'm saying, I'm not going to dismiss that, because I know goddamn well we ain't no damn slave because of what the word slave mean. It's self-explanatory right here. It's self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory.
Hey, A1, real quick, brother. Let me ask you a question, brother. Is black or white legal? Is black or white a legal term in America, brother?
I mean, it's a corporate term. It ain't.
It's a corporate constructed term.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay, creation with the casters.
It's creation. Okay. If somebody can tell you or create a class that you looking at yourself, wait a minute, man, I know goddamn well I ain't black. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, in the contents that we told, we just accepted. Yeah, we black. Yeah. And it don't even know. Like, you know what I'm saying? That takes so much from an individual, man. But if you like,
but here's the problem, though, brother. Here's the problem, right? When certain Black Power Rangers hear these guys speak, they'll say, "Well, look at them. They're trying to minimize and take away our ancestors' pain of slavery and and all this other shit, right?" Mm-hmm. But see, you have to have a thing called evidence, right? Evidence that majority of our people was not in any form of servitude, right? But they like to play word games, right? And once again, if you have a pale person writing a passage of history, they are writing word spells
to put themselves into social, political, economic power by using social constructed goddamn words, man. And usually they're whiting these words back in history. I need y'all to understand this. This is the main thing that we're dealing with, because no matter what we show these fools, they're still stuck in a word spell. So when they hear black, when they hear African, when they hear, slave, they automatically put themselves in that category. Only slaves are black, and that's what Sister Renee would say. She would say that only slaves is black, and white people are indentured servants. So we're gonna have to break that down and break down the terminology of these words.
All right, so look. All right, so boom, to Sister Renee ignorance, right? And you know what? I apologize about disrespecting the sister, because she's still a good person. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like, she build on what she build on. So I definitely sorry. I apologize. Sometimes I could be an asshole, and I really truly apologize or whatever, for calling her out her name or whatever, because that shit is not right and exact. But however it go though, it's like to some extent, it's like the same thing. You get mad, somebody keep calling you out your name, like you know how people pick with you and say keep calling you names and shit like that. Now you can ignore it if you want, but at the end of the day, you still at some point in time you're gonna have to address it. All right, so let me see something. I just want to go to William Ellison real quick. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me go back out real quick. Go ahead.
You and Renee have some words?
Nah, I ain't had no words with. I mean, she used to be in the black media, and like most of the time I used to call. Me and her used to, like, she'd be, we'd be talking, especially about the history, because she used to have Dr. What's my brother name, man, that I always look at? It's gonna come to me in a minute, man. The one from DC, the doctor.
Not Randy Short, is it?
Randy Short.
Francis Cress Wilson. Francis Cress Wilson.
Randy Short. Nah, Randy Short, man. Yeah, Randy Short. Yeah, that's my man, Randy Short, right? She used to have him on there or whatever. They had a couple people. They had my man Mentalek on there. So they used to be doing. They used to have a couple people on there. It was and it was decent. You know what I'm saying? But like, to dismiss this shit, to show you a picture of Montezuma, who was obviously a Negro in the 1500s, and say it wasn't no black people there and the black people died, it's like, yo, where you get this? Where did you get this story?
Me and Renee go back. We kind of started separating a little bit when this native Aboriginal stuff started coming up,
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing.
I mean, people like Muhammad, he says when you show stuff like that, those are drawings. Anybody could have drawn them. I mean, those are the silliest excuses. I mean, I don't understand this,
bro. Like I said, they should no one should play any games like this by making a black man a king in the 1570s after what we've been told. You know what I'm saying? No one should. This shouldn't be no mistake. Like no one should even be playing like this. Like, oh look, like a white man is so racist according to what we was told that he wouldn't dare do this just on the strength of him being a straight racist. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem that they have, right? And shout out to the brother T West, man. But the problem that they're having, right? 10,000 years ago in Europe, the people in Europe were copper colored, aka black people, right? The people 10,000 years ago in China, 10,000 years ago in Japan, 10,000 years ago in India, all around the planet, everybody was black. That's the problem that they have. And then they'll come say this dumbass shit like, oh, well, but these are Asian people in America. And they start going with this dumbass thing when he's already said that the so-called black man is the first inhabitant of all lands, which means that we are the aborigines of all land masses. God damn. And the only reason why America is so white is because at the end of the 1800s, in the 1900s, they brought over 90 million pale Europeans into this country. Let's talk about it. All the way up into.
No, go ahead, AP. You go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's a fact. What Chief's saying, they brought 90 million. As a matter of fact, 30 million came within a 100-year span.
Mm-hmm.
Between 1820 to 1920, 33 million Europeans a white folk came here.
Yeah, all the way up until 1965 when they passed the Hart-Celler Act. That's what they passed the Hart-Celler Act for. You know, that's what they passed it for. They passed it so that they could bring other people from other countries here. And that was the whole thing. You look at the Hart-Celler Act. The Hart-Celler Act was passed the same year that the Civil Rights Act was passed. Why would they do that? Considering the oppression people been through in this country all that time. Understand? Like, I'm talking about according to what they telling us, like I said. So, I mean, I hope this ain't that same fucking website, man. Let me get off this other website. All right, so now you got William Ellison, right? It says black slave owner and breeder, right? Is this one of the people? Remember how they be saying, "Oh man, they used to breed us," right? Look, I'm gonna read a little bit of this real quick, or we could build on this, right? All right. And actually, you know what? I see something too. All right. So we never read about in our history books, right? It's saying it takes away the black and white of history and puts us firmly in a shade of gray. One of the wealthiest men in the Midland in the 1800s. So in the 1800s, you had a black man who was one of the wealthiest men, right? Now, why didn't they track his ass down, hang his ass up, and take his house like we seen them do in the 1900s? Who was his backup? Who was his backup? So you telling me the white man allowed a black man to be one of the wealthiest men in the Midland in the 1800s? Okay, so it was a black man named William Ellison. He owned a cotton gin plantation, and on the eve of the Civil War, 68 slaves. One of the most vexing questions in so-called African American history is whether free African Americans themselves own slaves. The short answer to the question, as you might suspect, is yes. Of course, some free black people in this country bought and sold slaves. And if you want to check the full video out of how many black slave owners and slaves there was exactly were, I got 2 videos on it running through the whole list. You had how do you got slaves, right? That's on this slave law, that's living like I can count on there, and there's at least 500 slaves on there that was over 100 years old. I can't make this shit up. So how was malnourished slaves that was brought from Africa able to live to be over 100 years old? I just want to know. And it was owned by black people too. And a lot of people at the time, you know what I'm saying? So how, like, okay, we know how history, just imagine in the South, right? They really didn't allow, I mean, black people had businesses and everything, right? But how many cases do we hear about them running in people's businesses and lynching them and taking that shit? I mean, council, we Black Wall Street shit, fuck it. A whole city, nigga. They went in the whole city and did what they did in Black Wall Street. So you telling me in the 1800s they wasn't doing that shit then? Because this nigga was able to be one of the wealthiest men and is documented? So white supremacy allowed this nigga to be one of the wealthiest men? I just want to know. I mean, y'all still with me?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I mean, it always goes back to this too, man. So when we're talking about the 1600s, they always saying stuff like, "Oh, well, these terms, slave, right?" Well, the dude that was talking then was telling you certain words meant something else. So now we're getting their interpretation of what the Spanish word for a servant is. Oh, you're a servant. Oh, you're a slave. See what I'm saying? And you know, they tell us this amazing slave story, but the slaves are getting paid. How are you getting paid? It's not economically sound to pay somebody and house them at the same time, feed them at the same time, nurse them at the same time. It makes no sense, y'all. So this whole slave narrative is it's a slave op. It's for constructed for power for the recessive man. Do y'all get this? Goddamn. It's it. Like, you can know everything you want to know, but if you don't understand that these people are playing you with words, then you're never going to catch it, ever.
Switching faces, man. Switching places.
Facts.
Switching places. What's the shit with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd? You know what I'm saying?
Trade places,
Trading places.
That's exactly what it's about. It's exactly what happened. They came here and switched places with us. I ask this question all the time. I ask the question to the panel. I ask the question to the chat room. If we owned 100% of all industry in America, all 100%, and we had a 0% unemployment rate, would we be at the bottom of the of the social ladder in America? And the answer is no to that.
Absolutely.
Fuck no. Rich people are not socially paralyzed. We are, because we are slaves. We work for other people.
Those were economically paralyzed. Right. You're absolutely right. To everybody that's in the chat, make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe button, share it on all your social medias. This was a fire bill. Shout out to the brother Intelligence One Chief Holiday and the rest of the brothers that came through and dropped a fire information. Shout out to the brother Alquan as well. Hey, one man, you stay going in, man. I apologize to the viewers as well. My connection with the internet was horrible. It's raining, storming out up my way. Like crazy.
Same shit up here.
Like I said, hit that like button, subscribe, share, and for those that feel like donating, that Cash App is on the screen. I'm gonna let these brothers continue their business.
Let's see where you left off at.
Who, me? Yeah. I'm like I said, I don't want to take up too much time, man. I just kind of want to say certain things. This is actually simple. This is actually simple, right? When we talk about shout out to Executive Sessions, aka Sort of Truth, right? He talks about Dr. Neely Fuller or Professor Neely Fuller Jr., right? And Professor Neely Fuller Jr. talks about all walks of life, right? All walks of life. He says that white supremacy is prevalent in all walks of life. I like to call it white degeneracy, or just degeneracy, right? Just don't put colors on something, right? Degeneracy. Anybody that's doing a degenerate thing is degeneracy, right? So let's don't put a color on it, because once you put a color on something, you're participating in the caste system, right? So they push this paradigm of white supremacy or white degeneracy in every walk of life. So when we ask the question, is it in the educational system, right? Yes. Nobody will come on here of color and say, no, we know that the educational system is working for our people. They will tell you absolutely that the educational system has been working to indoctrinate our people to put a recessive man into power. This is a fucking fact. So if we have the Daughters of the Confederacy and these different organizations rewriting history, whitewashing history, turning people of color into Caucasian people, it puts them into a mind frame, of greatness, and it puts you in a mind frame of a goddamn loser. That's the fucking problem. When you push the black power concept, you're saying that you have a black guy, there's a white guy kicking your black guy's ass. Do y'all understand this concept? If there's a black guy, there's a white guy. And in this paradigm, the black guy is getting his ass whooped by the white guy. Do you understand? So this is the concept that we're talking about. So it's all revenue. It's only the only problem that we have in America, y'all, that we are poor. Period. Poor people are slaves. That's the concept. They have came here and became the land owners, right? They became the industry owners, and we work for them. That makes you a slave, okay? They didn't come here as masters. They came here as servants, all of them. And that's what they're saying. So when they talking around and say, well, hey, good news, black people, that you guys aren't all slaves. We already know that, but not all of us, because most of us have went through this whole Pan-African bullshit that makes you a loser, a slave loser. So all my challenge to them is, Anytime they talk about this Kunta Kinte slavery, I ask them to prove their family bondage, not Kunta's family, your family. So that's going to be the challenge. So anytime that the brother T West or anybody asks us about what language we speak, we ask them the same thing. We ask them what tribe that you come from. You can't tell us that your grandma took a DNA test and said you're just general African. No, your grandmama told you what tribe you was from in this land. And you know this. So that's why I had to hang up, man, because I'm going to cut somebody out because you're not being genuine. You're lying. That's just facts. We don't have to lie. When you ask us what tribe we from, we tell you specifically. We don't say, oh, well, the DNA test says that I'm Blackfoot Sioux. Get the fuck out of here. All these are social constructs. So you act like you're going to pull up a DNA that says you're African American. No, you won't. So why y'all keep telling us that there's a Native American DNA when that's a social political construct that was created in 1975? So how the hell is you telling me that, Luzia is a Paleo Indian? What? Or Native American? What the hell? These are social political constructs. So if I know that you have a concept of Native American in your mind that's Tonto, so I'm going to obviously write this in the article. And so what these niggas do, they'll look at the article and say, well, it says right here that these are Africans and Native Americans here in America.
What happened, Chief? Did it go out? What happened?
So I think it's kind of crazy if you haven't done your genealogy and then you to turn around and say, hey, we all are Africans. You guys don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I think that's crazy as hell. When we standing on the land that we are born in, our ancestors are born in, and all other people that we ever known are from this land. So now you got to go with a fantastic story that somebody is telling you who wasn't even here in the 1600s, who wasn't here in the 1500s, wasn't here in the 1700s. They wasn't here to draft none of these constitutions. Right? The current president of this country's family members were not in this country until 1928. Y'all got to talk about this. Stop telling us that these people did all these amazing things in America. You can't prove it. This is a copper, brown, black continent. This country is only the way it is right now. This would look like Jamaica if they hadn't immigrated so many millions of people here. So we would have had an immigration thing in the late 1800s or after the Civil War. We said, nah, we're not going to let these people come over here, because after the Civil War, we were the only people here to reconstruct this country. And then you have the early 1900s. Why would they take all of us from the South to build? If they were here like that, why did they need us to build Chicago, Detroit? Why do they need us to populate and build these cities in America? Explain this to me. This is the 1900s. This is only 100 fucking years ago. So why y'all keep telling us that you wasn't here in early 1900s? Trump? But Trump has towers on our land. How did this happen? When Barron Trump or whoever came here, whatever, what did he own land? Yes or no? How could he have possibly own land? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So these are the things that we're talking about. And it's always interesting they use the Bible as the baseline of slavery, where it says right here that, that you can enslave your people. Well, that's translated. Shit's weird, y'all.
The translation is right here, Money Grip. It's right here. And with what Michael Hoffman just said or whatever. And see, when you really get to the bottom of it, right? I'm clicking on it. Hold up. Let me see something. All right. Let me see something. Let me go back and share my screen. When you really get to the bottom of it, right? What I find funny is this, right? Check this shit out, right? Is that the Byzantine Empire is behind the word Slavic. They created the freaking term, my dude. You understand what I'm saying? But the Byzantines are the Romans. You understand? They just using all these different terms to throw around, like the Vikings. Michael Hoffman just said that the Vikings was enslaving white people. So what color was we? I thought the Vikings was white people. So what
I
color
mean,
was,
everybody thinks that,
no,
but that's just not true either.
okay, but I'm just saying he just
White
said
people was enslaving white people in Europe. What the hell? Like, slavery has nothing to do with color. Slavery has something to do with class, brother.
It was later though. It ain't start off at class from the beginning. Because look, this is what they saying. This is what they saying, right? It's saying, it's saying slave, late 13th century, person of chattel property or property of another, right? So see Slough. So use a secondary sense because of the many Sloughs sold into slavery by conquering people. Right here. The oldest written history, right? The oldest written history would be like from the 13th century. Because that's when the word was created, right? That's when you see late 13th century. Late 13th century. You see it again right here, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. All right. Late 13th century right there, right? So we know the oldest history is from the 13th century, right? It say the oldest written history shortly summarized, right? The myriad of the slave hunts and the trial. He said an entrowment. Michael Hoffman just told you what the word entrowment was. That's some real like fucked up. That's a messed up term. You know what I'm saying? But it says of the entire people, were the entire people of Africa enslaved. Just speaking, just knowing what we know, right? So when it get here, it tells you. It says he filled the slave markets of where? Where did he fill the slave markets at? In Europe, Asia, and Africa, right? So he filled the slave markets up in Europe, Asia, and Africa, right? So it must be remembered that for every Slavic slave who reached his destination, at least 10 succumbed to inhuman treatment during the transportation and to the heat or climate, right? So now ain't that what they said about Africans? Then they say Africans was over here, they was throwing them off the boat. The fucking sharks was chasing the boat, following the boat, right? That's what they tell you, right? About us, right? But see, I see this shit from a whole different perspective, my dude, because you know why? Europe never had no white people. All the people in Europe was originally black, bro. And what they did was they brought the Europeans there because that probably was the climate for them to survive in. Right? Right? So somehow it comes down, right? However, I don't know how they got, I think they got in charge by other Moors. Just like when you say King Ferdinand and Isabella, for example. Ferdinand was a Negro, right? And Isabella was a Slavic. Okay? By him marrying her, giving her that title, she brought in the rest of her people. You understand? She brought in the rest of
mean, that's how it usually happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it goes back to the whole thing, though. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all ever seen Gladiator? Y'all remember the movie Gladiator? We got an echo.
And look,
Russell Crowe and then the brother from Amistad, right? They will always have to, let you put us in a slave situation. But when we talking about Russell Crowe, he was a slave. He lost a battle or got you could be put into servitude or slavery for a lot of different reasons, right? You a political rival of somebody. You see what I'm saying? Or you lost battles. So people have been battling before the 1300s. So people have been subjugating people before late 1200s and stuff like that or whatever. But the term slave is what the brother is talking about. Slave, not servant, not conquered. We talking about the word slave comes from them because a whole group of people were conquered and subjugated. Do y'all understand this?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they got here. It's through slavery, chattel slavery to be exact. They came here in chains, okay? And we're gonna break this down. Trust me. We're gonna break all this down.
Listen to this real quick.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Before y'all go in, we got a brother on the panel, Slim T20. What's going on, brother? State your name, where you calling from, where you at? Slim T20, talking to you, brother. Unmute yourself. Gotta unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm just peeking in.
Pieces.
Peace. You broke up, but yeah, y'all go ahead and continue, y'all. Sorry about that.
I mean, and then we fall for the 1619 bullshit, right? Because it goes along with the 400-year slave story that comes out the Bible, right? Which they educated us, right? Remember, we go back to the education system. They educated us through the church systems with the charity Moors or the charity schools or the Indian schools, right? The Negro schools to indoctrinate out the Negro, right? That's what these universities are. These are Indian schools that they can indoctrinate you and then send your ass back into your community with this indoctrination. Okay? We know who funds this. Period. And we know that in the last 50 years, we have lost all economic stronghold, economic base in America. We know this. So when motherfuckers say, hey, well, why did we stop our baseball leagues, right? Well, that's an economic boom that if it was still here from 1920, if the Negro League still exists, even if it was, let's just say it wasn't as economically viable as, let's just say, Major League Baseball. But the fact is that when they stopped having the Negro League, for instance, right, the indigenous league of this land, that boosted and they put all the energy into the so-called Major League Baseball. Do y'all understand this? This is how they're beating us. We let them take over our culture. Music, fashion, film, every fucking thing, sports, entertainment, that's American culture. What the hell y'all talking about? So niggas act like we got something else that we can offer than our actual culture that we gave to them to control. Do y'all understand this? So I always look at niggas in the age of where we are right now in technology, and I say, well, look, why do you have to go sign a deal with anybody? Why do you have to go be owned by anybody? So we are voluntarily being owned. We're voluntarily going and working for somebody else. So that has never changed. It's the same shit. And when we have these people out here pushing that only black people are slaves, it's the most dangerous psychological warfare that somebody can inflict on their own people. That is very incredible. But this is what these people believe. Sister Renee believes that only black people were slaves. It's absolutely false. And I'm gonna prove it.
This the definition of it right here. This the definition of it right here. So if they don't use a word if you don't believe what the definition of it is. Don't even use it. Don't even use it if you ain't using it in its proper context. Because look, we're gonna go a little further with it, right? So when you see right here, it says the Byzantines, right? It said Byzantines came to, I just wanted to just put the Byzantines because the Byzantines also came and they was the ones that seized Tenochtitlan, right? In Mexico, right? So it say the Byzantines came to meet them and gave the Greek barcodes. And now the Greeks and the Byzantines is around at the same time because they was all the same. They and the Romans, all of them is the same. They using different terms to switch them off, right? It's saying in such words, it's saying in exchange for prisoners. All right. So now look, it says meaning one who has lost power of resistance to some habit or vice. In 1550, applied to device saying from 1904, especially those who are controlled by others. Okay, it says compared against jobs, say selling similar. Whatever. All right, but when you go down right here, it also tells you this. It says in 1785, it says has under Negro a blackamoor figure used for a slave without regard of race. That's bullshit or whatever though. But it's just an interesting term that I suggest people who using the term
look it up and see, do you see anything in here about any niggas or Negroes or people being brought from Africa? Because I would swear that's what the damn definition. That's the only people who is associated with the word fucking slave is Black Americans, and this shit is crazy. We are the only people who are associated with that term. You be in a room full of fucking people, and anytime they mention anything about a slave and shit, motherfucker black, motherfucker raising, yeah, that was us. You could be in a room full of all different ethnicities and shit, and they say anything about slaves and shit, you be the only motherfucker raise their hand. Like, yeah, that's me right here. Yeah, that was me. But it wasn't you. Those American descendants of slaves. You know what I'm saying? And my man Pharaoh, man, you need to trim up your motherfucking mustache, man. That shit be all in your mouth and shit, man. This nigga is another goofball, man. Everybody throw that term slave around. Slave. Michael Hoffman got some sense to what he said, but just understand this. Whether or not white people in America enslaved people, it still was a period that was recent where they oppressed us. So whether or not we were slaves before the 1900s, we know in the 1900s they was oppressing us. And it might not be in everybody, but I did see people getting hosed down. I did see people getting dog sicked on them. I do remember the story of Black Wall Street or whatever. I do remember Wilmington, North Carolina, Detroit, St. Louis, all of these black towns that was taken down by a mob of so-called Europeans or whatever. So to that point, that's not true, because that is what really did the damage to us. And the fact that we don't have our history, the fact that you're telling us we're you the Slav. This listen. Is this a fucking Slavic or not, man? I guess Google did, right? So I guess Google is stupid, right? Let me see if Google's smarter than me. Let me see. You can ask Google anything. Ask them, what is the size of the Earth? I mean, we don't really know the size of the Earth, but Google got an answer for it. All right, so I just put in pictures of Slavic people, right? Now look, let's go here. Check this out, Chief. Look, pictures of slaves. Let's put pictures of slaves and see what come up. Check this shit out. Look, Chief, look. Bam. Bam. You see this? Look, I put pictures of slaves up there, right? You see that? See what came up?
I mean, bro, listen, fam. I mean, I don't understand why people don't understand just the psych op that goes with these socially constructed words. Slave is a social political construct. Once again, you have people of color, right? I'm going to be debating one of them who believes that only black people were in chattel slavery. Chattel slavery. What does chattel mean? Does anybody know? Shit,
Look at this picture right here, right? See, if you don't know nothing about history, you'll think these people were slaves, right? You see these people in the cotton fields? You see this? You would think they were slaves, right?
Well, the facts are that this during a time period of slavery didn't exist, because it's pictures. So it's what, 1900s? So this is, once again, you're not going to have any pictures of people during the slave period, because if you got pictures of people in the cotton field, they're not slaves. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. But they would tell you that. And look, they would show black people. Look, they would show black people this shit, and they'd be all emotional and crying and shit. Like, oh, look at this shit. They got the kids out there. Nope. My father told me when he was fucking 8 years old, he was in the cotton field, right? But guess who owned the cotton field? Guess who owned it? $1 million question. His grandfather.
I already know who owned it.
Look, his grandfather owned the cotton. So I asked him. I mean, this is just a simple question. This is a simple question, right? So I asked him. I said, "So wait a minute. Your grandfather owned the cotton field. So y'all used to pick. So what y'all used to do with the cotton and shit?" Because I asked him questions like, "Yo, was it a man out there with a horse with a shotgun?" He was like, "No, you stupid man. What are you talking about?" Right? I'm like, "You know how they show you in slavery?" He said, "No, it wasn't even like that." He said, "We used to go there and pick cotton and go take it to the mill so we can get money." He said, "They used to pay us for cotton. They used to pay us to pick cotton." I said, "What?"
Right.
And peanuts, too. I'm like, wait a minute, man. Hold up.
Man, listen, I remember as a kid when they told us the story of the slave that invented the cotton gin. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They love telling these stories to us, but we believe them hook, line, and sinker because we got it through the educational system that you're supposed to got an A in.
You know how you don't let them off the hook, though, when they start talking? Hey, Chief, you know how you don't let them off the hook? All you got to really with a lot of people, all you got to do is just pretty much ask them what they know. And they're going to expose everything that they don't know, right? So mostly with black people, right? You're going to sit here. Only thing you got to do, let a person paint an ill reality of what they thought was going on in the 1900s, right? So even when if you was to show Sister Renee this picture, she probably be crying. Oh, look at this. Like, you know what I'm saying? And don't even understand what's truly going on here, right? The same thing with the word Slav, the same thing with what Michael Hoffman said or whatever. They're going to swear up and down that, you know what I'm saying, this is not the truth or whatever. They're going to think these people were slaves in the 1900s, picking cotton for a white man. Which they was picking cotton for a white man. They was getting paid though. And they wasn't forced to do it. That was part of motherfucking work. Got little man out there. You know what I'm saying? Little man could do something. Shit. When you working around the house, don't you have your kids working with you sometimes? Like get the broom. They try to sweep and shit like that now, but you know, cotton's got what's the names on it? What's them shits called? Vines, not vines. What the fuck is the sharp things on it, man? The like sticky bushes, the little sticky things on it, man. Little needles and shit on it. So if you don't pick it right, you're gonna get poked or whatever. But so now look, you see the difference from this. You see the difference from this and that. Now I put the word slave in, and it told me that a slave was a Slav. But then when I put pictures of slaves, it shows you a black person. But then when I put pictures of Slavics, it'll show you, look, racist principle, slavery in the Constitution, right? Now I bet you if you look, I'm not even gonna click on this shit right here. This is probably some real funny shit right here. These niggas don't know nothing. That's why these niggas ain't getting reparations, because they don't know nothing. A-dose. Look, they make this picture right here look like, look at the slaves. Look, a group of slaves. No, this look like a fucking house to me, man. They look like they chilling to me, man. Okay?
Facts.
So if this is what some of the brothers and sisters looked like back in the day, right? So, I mean, I don't see no mixed looking people if these people will be Indians, right? So if the history stands up to what it really supposed to stand up, then all these people in this picture are indigenous people, right? Ain't that right? Where you at, Holiday?
I'm right here. Yeah, man, like I said, man, I try to, me personally, right? I know for a fact that those pictures are not doing so-called slave times. Okay. These came after 1865. Yep. Correct? So that means that those people would not be slaves. So once you're showing these pictures, right, and this is 1920 or 19 whatever, we know these are not slaves. But
what about this guy right here? He look like he look like a slave.
But they push the slave narratives on us, right? But here's the thing, though, right? They don't have not one. Listen, Why don't you have one non-fictional slave book? Why is this thing? Why are we having this conversation? You have no evidence of what you're talking about, and then if you pull up another book to explain, or another article, or another tall tale, right? Whether it's Dred Scott, whether it's Harriet Tubman, whether it's Nat Turner, these are tall tales, y'all. And I've been teaching this for years. So when people say certain things, I'm like, yo, bro, I don't even know why we still talking about old shit. Like, we got to get past certain stuff. We are the indigenous people of this land. So shout out to T West. He knows this already, but he's still going with the hit in the head. Imaginary boats pissing and shitting on each other.
He want to be connected to Africa so he can get a hotel over there and shit. Word up.
Seem like to me they can go over there and open up chicken or rat, you know what I'm saying, or restaurants or whatever, season that shit, and they should be having chains of restaurants in these countries over there. Chains of restaurants, chains of hotels. But in fact, the Holiday Inn is over there, right? That the Hilton is over there. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That those people choose to work with them as opposed to working with you Pan-African ass niggas. Let's just be clear on that. They're not working with you niggas. Period.
How about this though, Chief? When them niggas take their DNA test, right? When they take their DNA test, right? That DNA test sometimes come up with 6-7 different places of fantasies, right? It's just all a fantasy, but according to them, they be like, man, I'm Sierra Leone, I'm from Gabon, and all these other countries, right? So now you got 5 different choices of where you could take your ass to. Why you not over there? You got 5 choices. You got 5 choices of where you can go. You went through all this trouble to find out who you were, and now you know who you are. You not gonna go? You want to stay over here? You ain't no different from them leaving. I mean, bro, you ain't no different from them leaving to come in.
You niggas is some sellout Africans. That's what y'all is. You niggas is sellout.
Bro, you went through all this trouble to take 6. Bro, you went through all this trouble,
y'all Americans.
To take 7. Look, Garfield, look, he went through all this trouble to come from the Caribbeans, to come to America. Now you come here and think, now you know, you find out you were African. You took 7 DNA tests, and all 7 of them is different, right? So look, all 7 of them is different, right? Dumb fuck, right? Look.
Hey, remember when Ty asked him about being an African, he said he's working to be a Khan. I passed out, bro. I'm done with you, bro. Like, there's no way that you're gonna tell us. If I tell you I'm Blackfoot, Choctaw, Sioux, or Cherokee, or whatever, right? And you telling me that you're working to be a Khan, I'm done, bro. Like, what's going on? Why we gotta have this conversation?
Look,
you niggas is working to be Africans. Working.
But look, can you go in the Congo? Look, where's the gorillas at in Africa, in the Congo, right? Could we go to the Congo? Look, can we go to the Congo and take the DNA of an ape, and could we match that up with a human being?
If you Wu Jai Unk, you can.
No, I'm just saying, according to them, would that animal have genetic similarities to you?
Of course.
Okay. And what'd you say, AP?
I mean, that way we can go find a banana that we have genetic similarities with. They're full of shit when they talk about these African ancestry DNA bullshit. It's retarded.
Bro, we done been down this road so many damn times, bro, showing these niggas. I'm not a geneticist. You're not a geneticist, okay? So you're going to show me a geneticist that agree with DNA, and I'm going to show you a geneticist that says it's full of shit.
Facts.
So what is the geneticist that's saying it's full of shit? What is he, a player hater? He hating on the other geneticists and shit. Like, so he just now got to come and create some shit. So which one is he? Oh,
hey, do me a favor, bro. Let's put the DNA hoax up. Like, we can settle this right now. Like, they haven't sued African Ancestry, 23andMe, or no ancestries have sued 60 Minutes, right? Have they sued 60 Minutes? 60 Minutes said that it's a hoax, and they put them on there, Rick Kittles, right? So y'all can't get around this video. You're never gonna get around 60 Minutes debunking DNA, ever. And don't tell me, because if you're so slow that you say that we're talking about paternity testing. Well, guess what? You can use a paternity test in a court of law. You cannot use a genealogical DNA test in a court of law to get you in any Akan tribe, sir.
What's the name of the video, Chief?
DNA hoax.
Oh yeah, yeah. My man looks stupid as hell.
Hank Green. Shout out to Hank Green. We're gonna have to call Hank. Hey, look, one of them told me that this video is old and that I said, so has the accuracy moved up since this video?
They done updated.
It's my question to Wuja. Has the accuracy of genealogical DNA testing, has it moved up since this video? Is my question. Hell no. Because if we ask Rick Kittles right now, what's the accuracy of a genealogical DNA test that they administer, he's going to tell you it's less than 0.001%. We're out of here. It's a wrap. Why are we having this conversation?
Right. They was back there having fun with that shit.
They about to get this word. Every time you're going to have to account for this DNA hoax video. And if you tell me that shit has changed, then you're going to have to pull up the documents. Because I can pull up all the documents that you can't pull up. I can pull up
but you know what, though? This
disclaimer.
Like this is old. So what I would do personally is find a white person who disprove all this shit. And maybe we can cross-reference it with this idiot. You know what I'm saying? Because he telling you 0.1, not even a full percentage, my dude. But you could find 7 different countries where you from. Bro, that's impossible, man. First of all, they tell you it don't even go back. They say after like 2 or 3 grandparents, you get a small percentage. You understand?
I mean, bro, it gets weird as hell because they'll try to say stuff like this. Well, this is one thing when I told them about the little boy in Montana that go back 12,600 years, right? Psycho gonna pull it up real fast. It says right here that he's a Paleo Indian. What are you talking about? I said, well, bro, 12,600 years ago, was it black people only on the planet or was other people here? And then T West said some dumb shit. Oh, well, what about albinos? Y'all, guess what? If 2 black people have albino, guess what that baby is?
Black.
Black. He still come from your family tree. You're not gonna say, oh, because you're light skinned and you've been pale, we're gonna put you in the white category. Get the fuck, y'all. That's y'all goddamn problem.
Chief. Understanding it from a scientific perspective, right? Now understand this, right? When they do a DNA test, what do we think is going on? What do you think that they're testing you for? They're testing you to see what genetic similarities you have to the people of this land, of that land, right? Now, you probably could have went to India and it probably would have gave you 0.0 percentage. You know why it would have gave you that? Because Indians still got heart. They still got 2 livers. A liver, 2 kidneys, 2 lungs, a tongue, eyes, nose, ears, hair, fur, and everything else that a so-called human being has, right? So when you do your DNA, there's markers for all of that shit. There's going to be separate markers for your blood type, okay? There's going to be separate markers for your eye colors. There's going to be separate markers for the texture of your hair, and the person who might have nappier hair or more corally hair, that might show up if you really examine it through the DNA. So everything possible could come up through DNA, right? But there's one motherfucking thing that these niggas keep fucking forgetting, and I keep telling niggas I'm a nutritionist, and as a nutritionist, this is what you got to understand, right? When you eat any vegetable, right? Any fruit, any vegetable, any root, any seed, any nut, anything that's organic, and with exception to the damn animals that eat the same thing, okay? Everything comes through the damn soil. Everything comes through the soil. So the soil has certain minerals, selenium, magnesium, manganese. You might get B12. These are different bacteria, but they're good bacteria or whatever. But all of that shit comes from the motherfucking soil, right? So if we eating fucking lemon romaine pie and motherfucking down south, sweet potato pies and motherfucking all different shit that so-called Africans in them areas ain't even eating,
How the fuck your DNA gonna be the same, my dude? See, these niggas don't. You gotta open up the whole paradigm to DNA. There's more than just a fucking more. There's more than just the what they call the heliocortex or whatever they call that. The thing with the markers, and in each marker you got the CTG, A, whatever. You got all of them, which are all of them are amino acids, right? And inside of them are glucose, right? Glucose barriers, right? So the glucose barriers will come from the fucking fruit. Listen, everything that's non-meat is a carbohydrate. Carbohydrate, right? It's a carbohydrate, right? So a carbohydrate exists of everything, anything from fucking herbs to spinach to vegetables like Brussels sprouts, cabbage, etc., to your more like your kale type vegetables, which are your mustard greens and all the different kales. All of that got glucose in it. Okay, all of that, everything has glucose in it. It's just a matter of how much glucose it has in it. Then we start getting the fruit and everything, it has more glucose in it. So your genetic makeup comes from your diet. It comes from your diet and your surroundings. So for these niggas to sit here, so the only thing that they're testing you are basically the similarities that you have to them, bruh. That's it. That's the only thing coming up. You got dark. You got dark skin.
Facts.
Or you might have different melanin types that's present in your what's the name. And like I said, I can get real scientific if I pull my shit out or whatever. But right now we gonna do it the nigga version, right? But all of that stuff pops up, my dude. What is your composition makeup of? Your composition makeup is organs, which is your largest organs would be your skin. Then you have your fluids, which would be basically your blood. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you got your bone structure. Then you got your organs on the inside, your heart, your liver, your gallbladder, pancreas. You know what I'm saying? All that type of stuff. And all of that is consistent with other human beings.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Why? There's a question that Khalil could said in the chat room. He said, "Why are we obsessed with people who identify with calling themselves African?"
I'm not obsessed with it, bro. We just present the information that we got that's showing people otherwise. That's it. I'm not obsessed with it. I just challenge your theory of you, because most people would say it was black people here, but you know when they get dumb, when Homie the Clown come out and pop them upside their heads when they don't even know the population of people here, and then you are under the assumption. So think of it like this, right? If all the Indians was killed through smallpox and stuff, there would be none less to classify as colored and Negro. So obviously, not all of them didn't die, right? Common sense, right? It's common sense, bro. It's just when you really get to this point, once you open your eye to it and you start seeing research. Oh, people saying it was black people here in the 1800s. Oh shit, we got an emblem of America that's in the British Museum that don't look like no damn Mongoloid. Oh, we got another emblem of America with two other little black people on it that got circular type haircuts. Oh shit, we got more images of the same type of people here that they're finding all in the South. So one would be and then we examine the Indians that's left, the ones that's supposed to be left that's on some of these tribes, and we see white people who converted. Then we see black people who mix with white people, and they're, you know what I'm saying? So, and then we see no Mongoloids in none of these tribes. So what would one be under the perception of? Either was no Mongoloids in the South, because we know that they classified and they was enslaving some people, or they took POWs of people who resisted to what was going on here. Whether our people was in on it or they wasn't in on it. You understand what I'm saying? We know this happened though at certain points. We do know that they did the classification to what we call so-called Indians and classified them as colored. So that would mean that this is before 1965. See, after 1965, all of these immigrants hit. And all of them now, other black immigrants that's born here, they're classified as colored. Before then, it wasn't none of them.
So anything from 1965 until these motherfuckers got here, it was pretty much just black people and a few black immigrants that might have migrated here from the Caribbean early. There wasn't a lot of them. Because I remember people used to tell me in New York how New York City was. He said New York City used to be all black Americans until a certain point hit to where the influx of brothers and sisters from the Caribbean came. All right. But prior to that, everybody that was classified as colored was a black, what you would deem would be what Tariq Nasheed would be a foundational black American. And one going back to the 18. I know you don't like that word, but that's what we got to use in this term right here to give a person an understanding. Meaning a black American that go back before the 1800s or before the Civil War. Put it like that. Because if your people was here in the time of Civil War, more than likely they always is here. Now, we get mixed up about, they did bring people from Europe, but they was bringing them people back that left from here. Because we already agreed that the people who we assume to be Moors or whatever the fuck you want to call them left from this continent and went over there and built that shit over there. And they took over the whole Iberian Peninsula. That's why you will see in Göbekli Tepe the structures, because we built it. That's why you see in India there's mathematics, because we went there too. Now,
let me ask you a question, right? Mm-hmm. When you hear people say, and this was Sister Renee said in that video, getting at us, that there are people in West Africa that are indistinguishable from us here in America. What do you have to say to that, bro?
Bro, that's not true, my dude. That's not true at all, bro. What separates them is their eyes, man. You can look at them. You can look. I'm gonna play the video in a minute, Chief. You want me to play it now, or you want to go to the image? What you want to do?
No, let's go ahead and play that the DNA hoax so we can get that out the way, and we can just keep building. But yeah, I think it's like 9 minutes, right?
All right, hold up. Nah, let's build on this first, because you want to take the life out. You want to take the life out of this shit right here.
Man, it looks like they've been inbreeding with each other like over the last 100 years or so.
Because if we come back in that DNA whole shit gonna be a heavy.
But do they have murals? Do they have murals in West Africa? Do they have pyramids? Do they have temples? Do they have burial grounds over there?
Nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Moors, the people who you associate,
settlements and shit.
The people you associate with being Moors could not have left Africa, bro, because there are none of the structures that we see in Andalusia, you don't see nowhere in Africa. And then comments like these niggas always use these certain, except in Egypt. Egypt is right there on the Iberian Peninsula. All that shit is right there on the Iberian. So if you conquer the Iberian Peninsula and that shit is like just going to New York, going from Italy to Egypt is like probably going to New York, or probably taking the Golden Gate Bridge to get from San Francisco to Golden State.
Oakland.
I think Golden State. I'm bugging, yo. But yeah.
Right? Hey, but here's the thing though, right? There is all the West African countries were colonized by people from America that literally came from here in the 1800s and went over there and created these goddamn countries over there. Liberia, Ghana, so on and so forth. Nigeria is not the original name of those people in West Africa. Okay? God damn. So stop telling us that these people come over here and then they join the African American anything. They don't consider themselves Africans. They consider themselves Kenyans, Togoans, so on and so forth, right? So why they don't come over here and check African American with y'all goofy asses? Explain. It's just simple. We got the paperwork, we got bones, we got the science, we got everything that you do not have to identify yourself with African. So we showed the murals last night, right? Why would anybody paint and do all these great things for Black people if it wasn't their ancestors? Why would they do that? Why would Asian people honor and push and depict Black people as their ultimate deities in Asia? Why would they do that? Why? So y'all got to answer for these things. Y'all can't keep talking. Why are the original people in Europe black people? Why? Why don't y'all explain these things? Why y'all keep talking like y'all talking? It's dumb. So when you say DNA, and then Caucasian people DNA say, oh well, you're European, right? Well, guess what? The original Europeans were black. So are we saying that these people are the original Europeans? What are we saying? Does DNA account for? I know it doesn't account for migration, but so it counts for the mutations of the people too. Like, how far do we got to go back in Europe before all the people in Europe are black? Do we got to go back 1,000 years? Do we got to go back 2,000 years? Well, tell y'all to check this out. 2,000 years ago, Europe was all the way black. All the way. Just 2,000 years ago. So how can you explain this?
Chief.
Yeah.
There you go, a picture right there. Look. For Sister Renee, right? Now, one who is under the spell of Pan-Africanism, right? One is under the spell of Pan-Africanism will look at this picture and think they look just like us, right? Now, there might be a few people in here who may look a little bit like us, but when you really look at them, you can tell a difference. Look at their eyes, man. I live around Africans. I can tell a difference from them and us, bro. Their eyes, bro. Look how they look.
Is like flat or something.
I mean, the nose things. I mean, because Mali's got straight noses, man. You find people in Mali got straight noses. I mean, some of the darkest Africans, all of them don't got wide noses and big lips.
Bro, you got some light skinned Africans right there, though.
Yeah, but
so what we saying is those people are 100%. Those people are 100% untouched Africans. Get the
look. Don't leave out the fact that they might have. I'm not saying they did. I'm not saying they did, my brother. They might have bleached out, but then, or they might be from somewhere else.
I mean, listen, y'all. Like,
after years
I'm not saying we don't have beautiful women and sisters all around the world. That's not even the whole thing. A lot of times, it's culture, right? Like if we see some of these sisters wearing hairstyles or clothes of our people, you'll be like, oh, yeah, those are Americans, just off the swag, not off the skin tone. You can't look at skin tone and be like, oh yeah, you're from here. That's not
even true neither. You ever seen a sister that's? I mean, I'm not saying that has truth to it, but just from the point of view, you ever seen a sister that be on ESPN? You watch ESPN? I mean, I know.
Every once in a while I catch it. I know who you're talking about.
Okay, now you can look at her right off the bat and know she not one of us. I don't care that. I don't care if she got a wig on. I don't care if she wear the Foxy Brown joint. Now I can tell a difference. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't with the girl that played in Harriet Tubman when she played in a movie. When she played in that movie, what's her name? With the movie Widows.
Tyrese.
Widows.
Oh no,
Widows. When she played in Widows, I thought she was probably a Caribbean or whatever, right? But I knew she wasn't no what we consider an ADOS or foundational Black American. I know we don't use them term, but just what the term is supposed to be directed for. You understand? So that's all I'm saying. But look, even her right here, you could tell she not one of us, bro. You can look at her eye. They all got them eyes, bro. They all got them eyes, bro. You can't tell. You look. I'm telling you,
I know exactly what you're talking about, man.
Bro, I live around. Listen, I live around them, my dude. I'm trying to I didn't peep this shit until now, because I used to see some of them, and they got Jordans on. They got a haircut and I used to get like, oh, them just young black boy. Until I start saying, wait a minute, that nigga from out here African. I ain't even know that. And I seen people. I'm gonna tell you some funny shit. I seen people who came back from, I seen Africans from Sierra Leone, and they look like us. The same thing with a lot of the Liberians that come back here look like us. Like I told you, my man who I work out in the gym, I don't work out with him, but he be in the gym and shit. Me and him be talking because he just got his master's in MBA or whatever, right? And me and him be talking because he do overline, right? He from Liberia. His last name is Johnson, my dude.
Well, it goes back to this though. He's not originally from there.
I know.
Like, we know that these people come from America.
I know that. Yes.
He
yes.
might be my
Right.
cousin.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Right.
yes.
So that's what I was gonna ask. What happened to them? Like where they at?
Mm-hmm. Now some of these kids look like some of us, man. Some of them. Other
Hey, we
ones,
don't have no, let's just say, for instance, we can't go back 50 years and find any African nothing here. And when they tell, oh, Congo Square and all this, Congo don't come from Congo. Angola don't come from Angola. So once again, you guys are getting renditions from these people. Oh, this is the Mardi Gras Indians mixed with the Africans that came through the Western Caucasus, and then everybody accept that whole thing. Come on, bro. Like the brother showed the codexes with the Mardi Gras fucking uniforms on.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Like, come on, is this real? What are we having these problems? Because we have people that want to push Sky Daddy or want to push their paymasters rendition of what's going on. So I'm gonna always tie you guys to these Jewish people, Jewish teachers, Jewish Zionists. I gotta say Zionists. We're gonna say that. We're gonna say you guys are pushing Zionist, eugenic culture on our people, and we're gonna prove that every time y'all speak. We're gonna prove that you are an agent. So I'm sorry, T. West, you were literally making yourself look double speaking, and you were looking like a person who, like I said, you're either dumb or you're an agent. It's no in between. You can't be one or the other. You got to be the police. That's how that works. Sorry.
Right here. This picture just came up right here, right? He dude look like Nelly, right? What you think that brother right there be classified as on the left hand side?
I mean, it looks a little bit more Asian,
I mean,
I'm gonna be real, but that I can explain that through Angel Island. That's another immigration point that came through.
Don't jump yet. I mean, what? I mean, do this look like one of the Negroes that live in your hood?
Nah, that look like one of the gardeners, one of the plumbers or something. Like one of the Mexican cats. That guy right there is mixed with a European, y'all. Sorry.